point to bring them to the table and deal with this conflict. The same thing I would say holds true in the Middle East with Israel and then obviously Iran and its terror proxies. They know what they're getting with President Trump. And so it might be in their best interest to get these things taken care of before he has to get there and take care of them himself.
Okay, Mark, interesting. Finally, your final thoughts about the trajectory here. We went from January 6th, all the legal cases, the indictments, the impeachments, to this moment with not only the former president winning bigger, it appears, than he did in 2016, with a Republican Senate, possibly even a Republican House. Is your head spinning?
Well, I'm not going to say it's spinning because, the polls had indicated this for a while. I was naturally, optimistic, but also cautious because the polls have been wrong so much.
Yeah.
You didn't almost want to believe it, and that it might be too good to be true. The one thing I think it should send a message, though, is that I think this is the American people, and they said it in 2016. I think they're saying it again in 2024, that they do not want the elites from the Acela corridor in New York City and Washington, D.C. to stop telling us who we have to support, stop telling us that we have to reflect your views, that you are a representative, an elected representative of us, and that we, the people, want our leaders to reflect our views, not the other way around.
Mark Lauder, former special assistant to now President-elect Donald Trump, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Barbara is a real Prevagen user, and this is her story.
I'm Barbara, and I'm from St. Joseph, Michigan. I'm a retired school librarian. I'm also a library board trustee, a mother of two, and a grandmother of two. I like to be healthy. I exercise a lot. I eat in a very healthy manner. I was working full-time, taking care of an ailing husband full-time. In short, I had an awful lot on my plate. Basically, I thought that my memory wasn't as good as it had been. I needed all the help I could get. I saw the commercials for Prevagen. I started taking it, and it helped. I noticed my memory was better. There was definite improvement. I take a supplement for my heart. Why not one for my brain? I've been taking Prevagen for a little over 5 years.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Don't miss the epic return of Yellowstone, premiering Sunday at 8/7 Central, only on Paramount Network.
Legacy. We build something worth having. Someone's going to try and take it. What I'm doing isn't for the ranch. It's for us.
America's #1 show returns.
I spent my whole life here. Me too.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
Unlike you, I keep my promises.
The epic return of Yellowstone, Sunday at 8/7 Central on Paramount Network.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Gail Schlosser, and I started with crash-proof retirement in 2016. I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, November 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are from Colonial Hyundai. This month, we're reminded that everyone deserves a seat at the table, and this month, we're making sure everyone eats. Colonial Hyundai is doing whatever it takes to serve up tasty savings, regardless of your situation. Credit issues? Doesn't matter. Everyone eats. Owe too much on your current vehicle? Doesn't matter. Everyone eats. Driving a hoopty? I'll give you 6,500 hours for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. No matter the situation, everyone eats here at Colonial Hyundai. Our lot is like a cornucopia of savings with over 200 vehicles to choose from, and right now you can drive home with 0% financing for 60 months. Everyone eats. We're not just carving up turkey, we're slicing prices at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers cannot be combined. See store for more details. 0.0% on a new 2024 Ioniq 5 on credit approval from HMFUSA. Offer ends 11/30/2024.
Gerhardt's Appliances has what you need to be tailgate ready this season for the birds. Whether it's the in-home appliances needed to prepare your famous Kelly green pepper casserole before pregame, or the barbecue grills you'll need to fire up the last of your sausage links in the parking lot before kickoff, Gerhardt's has you covered with the best game day deals on appliances. Gerhardt's Appliances, helping Philly sports fans get the season cooking since 1945. Visit Gerhardt'sAppliance.com.
This football season, get yourself a win by losing. Call NJ Diet today and you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. You'll shock family during holiday get-togethers, and more importantly, your doctor should finally be able to give you good news about your blood work. Not only that, but losing weight is linked to help boosting low T. Best of all, there are no shots or nasty side effects. Call today, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
How's this for a dream Politics and Pints event? It's me, Rich Zioli, with Jimmy Fela on stage together Wednesday, November 13th, 7:30 p.m., Media Theater in Media, PA. And we're going to have a cash bar available for soft drinks, beer, wine, and cocktails, which, yes, you can buy us. Media Theater, Wednesday, November 13th at 7:30 p.m. It's going to be a hot show, and it's going to sell out really fast. So get your tickets right now at 1210WPHT.com, and I'll see you for our next Politics and Pints, Zioli and Fela, November 13th.
I'm John Morgan. When people stop me to ask, what's my case worth, here's what I tell them. All law firms are not the same at all. You see, the most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. The insurance company knows exactly which firms fight for full value and which firms will settle your case for pennies on the dollar. Our firm has recovered billions, $3 billion last year alone. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell Dawn sent you.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows. And save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's PHILO.TV.
So last year I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit pa1call.org.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 28th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Land Rover Range Rovers, each valued at over $150,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 30th and December 28th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A big day on Wall Street Wednesday as the market reacted extremely favorably to the election results. The major indices all finished in record territory. The Dow up 1,508 points to finish at more than 43,778. Its 41st record close of the year and its best day since November of 2022. The S&P 500 up 146 for its 48th record close of the year. The Nasdaq up 544 points for its 29th record close of the year. Shares in Elon Musk's Tesla jumped nearly 15%. Of course, Musk heavily involved in the Trump campaign. Nvidia and Amazon also closed at all-time highs. The big news today, the Fed will announce its latest interest rate decision. Fed Chair Jerome Powell expected to announce a quarter-point reduction following the half-point reduction in September. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Well, a lot of Trump supporters felt like their country had been taken away or was being lost.
America is ready for a fresh start.
Now it's time to turn the page, as we've done throughout our history.
And what most Americans wanted to turn the page on is the Biden-Harris administration and move forward again with President-elect Trump.
I think he came back from oblivion.
Mark Penn's the chairman and CEO of Stagwell Inc. and chairman of the Harris Poll and a Fox News contributor.
Ran a heroic, unprecedented, 1 in a million campaign, crushed in the primaries, crushed President Biden in a debate, then had to deal with a second presidential campaign. So yes, he won.
You write in this op-ed on FoxNews.com, I'll quote you, Trump's victory is a victory for the Americans who feel abandoned by the elites and a Democratic Party that moved too far from mainstream America. Do you want to get into specifics there?
Well, I think it's very clear when you look at the map of who voted that the working class and mainstream America told the elites, no dice on your policies. That meant that typical Americans want a border that is secure. They want government spending that doesn't trigger inflation. They want police that's effective in reducing crime. I think that they had just a number of basic kitchen table issues that kind of drove them to bring Trump back.
Vice President Harris tried to back away from some of the more progressive stuff she said when she was trying to win the nomination in 2020. It didn't seem to matter. You know what I mean? Like that anti-trans ad ran nonstop, for example, and it seemed to be effective.
Well, I think that the Harris campaign made a strategic decision that they were not going to really take a lot of positions on issues because issue positions might split their coalition. And so they kind of tried to make, I think, their campaign about identity as opposed to issues. And I think they were courting, say, blacks, and they were courting women, and they were courting identity groups as a strategy if they could put together a coalition of them. And I think ultimately the more issue-oriented approach of Trump won out against those two campaigns. It was an actual strategy of hers, really not to say exactly what her position was. And you saw that in the final days when people asked her about like a California proposition that she had just voted on.
Yeah. Trump's going to end up with about, give or take, the same number of popular votes as last time. But, I mean, he lost some people that he had, and he replaced them with new people in about equal numbers. And there were some demographic shifts that you talked about a little bit. What happened there?
Well, I think that Trump did a couple of percentage points better than he did last time. And it was a pretty diverse set of people because, as I said, we can measure them in whether or not they were in the Midwest or working class or college educated. But the truth is there were a lot of people who felt hard pressed about inflation, and he gained particularly among Latinos, for example. But I don't think because they were Latinos, I think he gained because they're largely a working class population that felt that the inflation really ate into their disposable income and ability to kind of feed their families, and so I really think that you see that he did better with men. He did probably better than expected among women because there was a gender gap, but still not as big as I think as I think the Harris campaign was really planning on, and he did better with young people. Right. And I don't think anybody really expected overall that he would do better with young people who were looking for a better future.
Losers in these elections tend to want to find blame so they can explain things to themselves. I mean, there's going to be people looking to blame Joe Biden for not dropping out a year ago, or just saying the whole time he was going to be one term, or that Harris wasn't specific enough, or that she should have chosen Josh Shapiro as her running mate or whatever. But I mean, honestly, is there anything? This was just such a broad loss. Was there anything realistically the Democrats could have done to win here campaign-wise, not looking back policy-wise?
Sure, I think she could have affirmatively taken perhaps a full-throated position in the center rather than leaving people to guess where her positions were, because she wanted to keep the left and then try to get some centrist voters at the same time and reach over to Nikki Haley voters. But I think that wasn't credible in the way that the campaign approached it. And look, I think she ran a very credible campaign thrown into a presidential race with almost no notice and 100 days to win or lose, and she comes pretty close. I mean, another couple of percentage points one way or the other, and she would be president today. This is not, say, when I did, Dole, President Clinton against Dole, where we won by, 8 points or anything like that at all. So I think she ran a credible campaign under a difficult situation, but I do believe that Joe Biden never should have tried to run. And when he did, his advisors and people around him should have told him not to. And he was always intended to be a transitional, a one-term president at his age, and he really was not up to his second term.
Yeah, I mean, and he hinted at it, I guess. But look, I imagine once you are elevated to that office that you've wanted for decades, and vanity takes over and pride takes over, and you think, well, I can stick around. I'm doing a good job.
Well, try getting the car keys from your 82-year-old parent,
right?
Let alone Air Force One.
Right. Like a third, 30%, something like that, in an exit poll said that they want not just change, but really they want to blow it up. I kind of call it the Joker vote, who just want to see everything disrupted. And I guess that's a big part of why Trump's appealing to some people. I mean, the disruptive nature to his opponents is a bug, but to his supporters, it's a feature.
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting that Elon Musk was with him, because Elon Musk is obviously a classic disruptor. But you can disrupt things by throwing bombs, or you can disrupt things by providing innovation and new ways of doing things. And I don't think the people who want things disrupted just want even more chaos. I think what they want is less. I think they want common sense policies. I think they want to get rid of policies that they completely disagree with.
So when Donald Trump won in 2016, I mean, he was new. It was exciting to a lot of people. The rich and famous TV star guy, forget about policy. People that aren't necessarily even into politics were like, hey, this is neat. And then he lost. And then a lot of what you'd think would be negatives happened. I mean, 2 impeachments, COVID, Capitol riot, criminal charges, a conviction. And then he wins. How much was that, the prosecutions, how much of that helped him politically in the end, not to mention getting shot?
I don't know any of that helped him, except for the fact that people saw him as the ultimate survivor and fighter. I mean, who gets almost assassinated and instinctively gets up to say, fight, fight, fight. I think that's a rare bird, who has that kind of instinct, on display. So no, I don't think it helped him. What helped him was the fact that people saw that he had the stamina and the will to continue to run for president despite all of the obstacles and even death, potential death, being thrown in his direction.
This is very crystal ball-y, but I mean, is this what we're seeing now going to stick for decades? This kind of specific Republican Party power. I mean, is, especially with the courts being the way they're going to be entrenched, or does the pendulum somehow, as it does, swing back with some sort of progressive push in 2026, 2028? Maybe not progressive like identity politics, but more based on the economy and labor and safety net stuff. If voters say, hey, wait a minute, the Republicans aren't actually making things better for us.
And, let me add, I think another major reason that he won was that people felt, the truth of the matter is we probably should have reelected him. And this was much more a rejection, I think, of Joe Biden than it was of Kamala Harris. I think when it comes to going forward, I think the Democratic Party is going to have an open, full-throated primary system. There's a lot of potential candidates with real experience, who've served in legislatures and governorships and, managed big states. And so I think that there'll be an ideological and policy debate. And I think that the interesting thing is 2028 will facilitate that on both sides. And we will see whether one of these candidates really goes back to capture the center, and whether the center turns out to be re-owned by the new Democratic Party, as it was with Bill Clinton, after going out into the wilderness, after it was too far to the left during that cycle, or whether or not it will be owned by the next Republican candidate who will take the Trump philosophy in a new direction. I don't know. I think that's going to make 2028 is likely to be the biggest presidential election of our time.
Mark J. Penn is the chairman and CEO of Stagwell, Inc., chairman of the Harris Poll, Fox News contributor, of course. Mark, good to talk to you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Kamala Harris concedes the election to Donald Trump and tells supporters to never give up the fight. Still no winner yet in the Senate race between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick. Control of the U.S. House and State House also remain undecided. And the Federal Reserve is expected to announce an interest rate cut today.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about your thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Votes continue to be counted across the U.S. as the two major parties fight it out for control of the House of Representatives. House Speaker Mike Johnson telling Fox's The Ingram he's feeling confident of a Republican victory.
We feel really good tonight about where we sit with those California seats. We're still waiting. They've got to cure ballots and finish all their process. But look, I think we are going to grow the majority.
Vice President Kamala Harris delivering a concession speech after losing the presidential race to President-elect Donald Trump, vowing to continue the fight.
I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations.
Vice President speaking at her alma mater, Howard University. America's listening to Fox News.
Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Golden State Warriors improved to 7-1 by topping the Boston Celtics 118-112. Golden State has won all 5 road games thus far. The Cleveland Cavaliers are 9-0 for the first time in franchise history. The Cavs beat New Orleans 131-122. College basketball, third-ranked Connecticut raised another championship banner, then beat Sacred Heart in the season opener 92-56. Arkansas defeated Lipscomb 76-60 in John Calipari's first game coaching the Razorbacks. NFL action later this evening. The Baltimore Ravens take on the Cincinnati Bengals. Baltimore won the last meeting in OT 41-38. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Businesses to watch. It's tailgate season at Armin Chevrolet. Armin offers an incredible lineup of SUVs. A 2025 Armin Chevrolet Trek starts at only $21,495. That's right, only $21,495. From the all-new Armin Equinox and Traverse to the stylish Blazer to the full-size Tahoe and Suburban, Armin Chevrolet has an SUV to fit your needs and budget. It's tailgate season, and Armin Chevrolet is the place to buy or lease your perfect Chevrolet SUV. Armin, where dealership meets friendship. Together, let's drive. Learn more at ArminChevy.com.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Our nation's problems have been building for the past 50 years, and they're not going away overnight, which is why we must prepare now for a financial collapse that will affect the entire economy. The good news is there's an easy way to do that. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe everyone should consider a gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group to diversify their IRA or 401k. Gold is a proven bedrock in almost every kind of economy. To learn more, get a free info kit from my trusted friends at Birch Gold by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Don't wait until decades of government irresponsibility comes crashing down on your retirement. Get your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group now. Text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR. So you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together, and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STREAK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STREAK to 321-321. That's STREAK to 321-321.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go,
live on this Thursday, November 7th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. Social media, at 1210 WPHT. You can get me at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Onquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers on a Thursday morning in which we will be joined by Kamala Harris. At 8:45. Our gal Esty will give us a different rendition of a concession speech. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
You get any sleep last night and catch up on your Z's?
Absolutely.
Oh, God, I needed it. Oh, did I need it?
8:15 I went to bed.
8:15?
That's about the same time I did. Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah, it was lovely. Lovely. Lovely.
I also squeezed in a 3-hour nap yesterday.
Oh, my. What are you?
Whoa.
What are you, 7?
Or 70. Yeah. I went down around 11:30. I woke up at 2:30. I had slobber on my pillow. I didn't know if I was late for work. I'm like, where am I? Who's the president? What happened? I was like Joe around dinner time.
You know, my son is 4, and he stopped taking naps, and you are
I've embraced
40
yeah.
and are taking naps again.
I think it's the key to morning drive success, to be honest.
Okay.
But that's just me. Wouldn't take him if I was doing, middays or afternoons, but morning drive,
you wouldn't
I
need
need
to.
it. Wouldn't need to, that's right. Just be one round of sleep. We got some good things to get to today. The media meltdown that we all expected and anticipated. It was out in full force yesterday. That'll be the highlight of the big take, as well as Kamala's concession speech. We will also get to, some of the election exit polling data that is being released. How did Pennsylvania vote? Who voted for who? What were the percentages from 4 years ago compared to 2 days ago? How Philadelphia and the certain counties around the city voted.
And we still don't have a winner in the Senate race, do we?
As far as McCormick, I don't know why they haven't called it yet, right?
He's 31,000+ votes ahead.
Yeah.
They're still counting in Cambria County.
Yes. And that was the county that had some issues, I believe,
Yes,
Tuesday,
sir.
right? So we'll get to that. Also, is New Jersey a swing state now? We'll talk about that. Also, election night TV ratings. Where do Trump's legal cases go from here? Jonathan Turley will break that down for us. And what does a Trump cabinet look like? Well, we'll discuss that in the final hour of the show. And, of course, our girl Esty is going to join us at 8:45 to give us a little Kamala Harris. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 right off the top here at 6:04, the great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning. We are sponsored this Thursday morning by Piazza Auto Group. This Thursday morning, November 7th. And I'll tell you about the beautiful forecast. Beautiful, not beautiful. Forecast coming up. But we have police. We've learned from Philadelphia police that they were out in force last night to make sure Philadelphia remains safe after some social media postings had emerged regarding looting and some protests as a result of Election Day. So authorities saying that they're always prepared for that, for possible disruptions or looting or anything of that nature as Election Day now has passed. But on Market Street, officers did disperse a crowd of youths, young people, underage juveniles. They were dressed in all black. I don't know if they had some face masks on. I had heard a report about that, but they were, for a very warm summer night, I think they were dressed, head to toe with these masks and dark clothing and suspicious activity. 2 people taken into custody during that incident. So they were asking that parents to talk to their children, because if anybody engages in what they call negative activity, aggressive activity, criminal activity, then police have to take that appropriate action.
Yeah.
So that warning from officers.
A bunch of individuals that can't vote, not eligible to vote, too young, trying to cause a ruckus after Kamala Harris got blown out, smoked, right? Yeah. What did Tony say yesterday? Biblical beatdown of boat racing. There's nothing to protest. You got routed. Go home.
I didn't even realize this on election night, but just going through, it looked like in Center City, along the Walnut Street shops, and I had driven by there and realized they had boarded up some areas on Chestnut Street, Walnut Street.
Did they really?
They did, just as a precaution.
Oh.
They had extra guards that they hired private security outside some of those stores, high-end stores along Chestnut, Walnut, beautiful shops.
Mm-hmm.
And so we know that some had even closed early in the Northeast in Port Richmond.
Yeah. By the way, I'm tracking the popular vote still because Nevada and Arizona have not officially been decided. Trump still has a 4.7 million vote lead in the popular vote.
Yeah, and isn't it funny how look at other states where it looks where as far as Senate and House races look pretty close, but they'll call them.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
I did. Very
and
interesting.
then so I don't know. We'll have to go through that and look at those. You guys are the numbers and stats
I know,
guys.
I'm such a dork.
That's a good thing. But we also had law enforcement surrounding City Hall. There was a group with the Socialist Alternative and Revolutionary Communists of America.
Oh no!
They were protesting.
Yeah, wow. They once recruited me back in the day. I rejected the offer though.
I'm part of that group.
But they were mostly peaceful protests.
Mostly peaceful, right?
We did. I believe we had about a dozen of young people in the Hunting Park section of Philadelphia. They were, according to authorities, they were trying to break into some shops on Germantown Ave. They were unsuccessful. So there were some arrests that went on. But all in all, I think the police had a game plan and they made sure that they were ahead of everything. So it looks like they did a good job with that.
Okay.
So we didn't have any major, problems.
Mm-hmm.
There's a story that a Philadelphia resident is being called a Good Samaritan this morning, and that was after what happened last night. A police officer was struck by a speeding dirt bike rider. And so this happened last night about 9:30-ish in the evening, Stanwood and Leon Streets in the city's Holmesburg neighborhood. Investigators say this was a police sergeant who was working highway patrol in the highway patrol unit on his motorcycle when he was struck by one of these people on an illegal dirt bike who ran a stop sign and crashed with the officer. So the Good Samaritan is identified as Anthony Wade, lives in that area as a neighbor in the area, immediately intervened, helping to subdue that suspect who was trying to escape the scene, had injured this sergeant. And so they're thanking this gentleman, Anthony Wade, for intervening, for helping out. And the sergeant pulled out his firearm at one point, held the suspect until this was a situation that could have turned very badly. But this suspect, they're saying, was trying to escape and was not cooperating, let's say.
Yeah, another one of these crotch rocket Charlies out there that want to do things illegally. I have no problem if you have a dirt bike. I mean, just keep it where you need to keep it. If it's illegal in certain municipalities or cities on the streets, then, especially when you're endangering the life of a police officer, I'd love to see the police or the city confiscate that vehicle and never give it back.
Well, and so now to your point, they do have laws where they are able to confiscate it and actually resell them, or I guess sell the parts or whatever, and the city gets all of that.
Yep.
So I'll just point out to you, U.S. stock market and Bitcoin all storming higher yesterday as investors bet on what Donald Trump's return to the White House would mean for the economy and for the world. So S&P 500 was jumping by about 2.1% in early trading. Remember yesterday morning we talked about futures, but you look at how the Dow Jones Industrial Average was up. At one point it was up nearly 1,300 points, so 3.1% yesterday morning. So that was a surge. The U.S. stock market historically tends to rise regardless of which party wins the White House. Maybe they're just relieved it's over. I don't know. But this one was particularly, everybody was watching that, saying this was a particularly big surge that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, everybody has high hopes. It's just like on New Year's Day, right? I'm going to start that diet and I'm going to lose all those pounds.
Join that gym.
And then reality sets back in.
So I know we're getting ready for the big take. Harris conceding. I will say that President Joe Biden is expected to hold a news conference this morning after calling Trump to congratulate him yesterday, inviting him to the White House. We have a lot of that. And yes, Still counting as far as 98% of the vote in here in Pennsylvania, but local races mostly called. But as far as Dave McCormick v. the incumbent Democrat, his Democrat incumbent, Casey, that race, the counting continues. So we don't have the official confirmation, I guess.
We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, McCormick is tens of thousands of votes ahead. I believe it was 31,000+.
Yeah,
that he was ahead. So
I just saw Ryan. Speaking of the local races, I just saw Ryan McKenzie.
Yeah,
he was just on the television. So he's getting his 15 minutes of fame as well, which rightfully he deserves.
Yeah, absolutely, taking that House seat, and and we look at the balance in our own Pennsylvania legislature. I'll know we'll talk about all of that, but a lot of excitement for the Republican Party. For former Congressman Bob Brady, by the way, speaking out. And he has been captured in the national headlines, I might add, as far as ripping into the Harris campaign and the lack of the Harris campaign tapping into the ground game that we have here in Philadelphia.
I had a lot of friends yesterday that were texting me saying that they were just speaking with people they work with and in their circles, even the moderates up in the Lehigh Valley, which there's a lot of moderates up there, just rejoicing over the fact that Susan Wild was defeated. She's just a very, very unlikable person by many. Surprised she's had the success she has, but.
Yeah, Ryan McKenzie, I believe I was supposed to have him yesterday, I think, and now, we had him here locally. Now he's, like you're saying, on the national news, but I think he's going to call into my show mid-morning today.
Cool.
But, he's somebody, Nick, that he ran such a quiet, classy campaign.
Yep.
And just stuck to the facts.
Yep, it was just meat and potatoes.
Yes.
Nothing fancy about it.
So it's impressive.
Yep.
You know what's else impressive? Our friends at Piazza Auto Group, who are sponsoring us here on Kayal & Company News Live. The Season of Performance event has arrived at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. Get incredible lease and purchase offers on a new Acura RDX, MDX, Integra, or the all-electric ZDX. Shop online today, piazzaacura.com. On this beautiful day, mid-70s, more sunshine, unseasonably warm weather. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13, Thursday morning, time for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it's brought to you by Budget Blinds, Media Meltdown, and Kamala's Concession. Reality has set in for all of those who oppose Donald Trump in a second term as president of the United States. The usual suspects playing the same tired and dated playbook in defeat, from the talking heads on TV to the unhinged on social media to those in politics who had to take the L on Tuesday night and early Wednesday morning. Wednesday, November 6th. What a beautiful day it was to consume the dying, less influential legacy media. As the once gatekeepers of truth and information, they continue to lose their grip on American society. Let's start with perhaps the biggest violators of journalistic integrity and the biggest lapdogs for the left, that being Morning Joe of MSNBC. Here's our gal Mika highlighting what cost the Democrats and Kamala Harris, courtesy of the Washington Post. Listen and watch.
The Washington Post, Matt Bai, writes in part, I do think the prosecutions fed a narrative of Trump as a victim. I also think Democrats dug themselves into a hole on cultural issues and identity politics. Trump's vicious transgender ad in the closing weeks, she's for they, them, he's for you, was probably the most effective of the cycle.
The short-lived experiment of things like identity politics and diversity, equity, and inclusion are over. Kamala Harris never really made it about her. She didn't tell America who she was, or perhaps she did, and we didn't like it. The United States of America emphatically rejected her, and she was always attached at the hip to Joe Biden. Politico with the headline saying, quote, Kamala Harris's campaign was never able to sufficiently bury Joe Biden's ghost. It cost her the election. They go on to write, she refused to make a clean break from the last 4 years, end quote. The reality is this. She didn't have what it takes to be a good vice president, and she damn sure didn't have the chops and pedigree to be the next president. It's about merit. But as always, it's not about America. It's not about merit. It's not about what you deserve. You're denied because of who you are. And it's because, well, America is a racist country. So says Sonny Hostin of The View. Listen and watch this.
I'm surprised at the result, but I'm not surprised. As a woman of color, I was so hopeful that a mixed race woman married to a Jewish guy could be elected president of this country. And I think that it had nothing to do with policy. I think this was a referendum of cultural resentment in this country.
Well, I think it...
Keep playing the losing race card and keep losing elections, Democrats. As Stephen A. Smith said, it's not about misogyny, it's about policy. But it's always easier to blame somebody else than to look in the mirror and admit defeat. The next scapegoat is apparently Elon Musk and social media. Here's the unbearable bunch from The View. Listen and watch.
We could regulate social media because one of the biggest offenders is D.C. and Congress have not been able to do one thing in regard to the rogue corporations of social media.
It's not going to get any better with Elon Musk now in the administration. I want.
Oh, it's okay, though, when Facebook influences the 2020 election over the Hunter Biden laptop story, right? But now all of a sudden a billionaire buys Twitter, joins the Trump campaign, reinstates free speech, and levels the playing field, but now social media is the problem? Cry me a river. So we've created a list so far, right, of who to blame. It's the racist people, it's the sexist people, it's social media's fault. Next up, Russia. Of course, it's always the Russians when Trump has success. Here's Keith Olbermann continuing his mental health decline from a high-rise in Midtown Manhattan, blaming the Russians. Listen and watch.
On the Wednesday Countdown podcast, Russia has committed an act of war against this nation. We were attacked last night, regardless of the outcome of the presidential election, as certainly as if Russia had bombed and not merely threatened with a terrorist attack 32 polling stations in one Georgia county, many in another Georgia county, between them the home of 1/4 of the entire black population of the state of Georgia, and also in the states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. Russian interference in this country's elections dates back to at least 2016. It has been proven time and time again, and at times the government of this country has buried the information even though it was available in plain sight.
Keith is probably listening to Bon Jovi right about now as he attempts to fill up the hours of his Thursday. And what about the lawfare, right? What about the weaponized government and the cases against Donald Trump, Jack Smith, and Merrick Garland? Legal cases. Bye-bye. Listen and watch this.
Yeah, Chris, it's not a surprise that these cases can't go forward when Donald Trump takes office. What's interesting here is that the DOJ is moving to end them even before he takes office, citing the long-standing DOJ policy that sitting presidents can't be prosecuted. And there was some thought that maybe Special Counsel Jack Smith was going to sprint through the finish line, was going to work up until the last day, force Trump to fire him, wait till a new attorney general was appointed. But that does not appear to be the thinking inside the department. The thinking is that these cases can't go forward. There's no reasonable prospect of getting to trial within the 3 months before Donald Trump takes office. These cases are mired in legal issues that would be appealed all the way to the Supreme Court had Donald Trump lost the election. So now that he's won the election, DOJ officials are thinking that, look, there's just no room to move in these cases. And so the sensible thing to do is to figure out a way to wind them down.
Now that Trump can put these absurd cases against him in the rearview mirror, he can get back to doing what he did best from 2017 through 2019, deliver results on the key issues that Americans want fixed, the economy and the border. Axios with the headline, quote, Trump will begin operations to deport millions of undocumented immigrants when he starts his term. That according to campaign press secretary Caroline Leavitt, who said on Wednesday morning he will launch the largest mass deportation operation of undocumented immigrants on day one. Politico with the headline, Trump's first order of business, reinstate border policies and get back to drilling, aide says. And for the last 3 months, it's been about 3 words, fight, fight, fight. But soon it'll be about 3 different words. Drill, baby, drill. Unleash that American energy and make the cost of living in this country affordable again. And sometimes in life, your biggest weakness can become your biggest strength. Or, at a bare minimum, it no longer is your vulnerability and liability. And that rings true today with Donald Trump, as Axios writes the following. Trump is returning to the White House with help from groups that soundly rejected him when he was president. That being suburban women, independents, and young voters. Those are 3 groups that Kamala Harris was hoping would carry her to victory, especially suburban women. Here was Kamala and her concession around dinner time last night. Listen and watch.
The light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up, and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves.
Harris choking up earlier in the speech. Tim Walz and Dougie getting emotional. Liberal women crying in attendance as common sense Donald Trump and America denies their radical vision for the future. Jeff Bezos, owner of Amazon and the Washington Post, tweeting the following. Big congratulations to our 45th and now 47th president on an extraordinary political comeback and decisive victory. No nation has bigger opportunities. Wishing at real Donald Trump all success in leading and uniting the America we all love. Even George W. Bush releasing a statement saying, I congratulate President Trump on his election as 47th President of the United States of America, as well as Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. And then even Liz Cheney acknowledging and accepting the inevitable. But the truth is, there's never been a deck stacked against someone more in political history than everything that was working in coordination against Donald Trump. They threw everything at this guy, and they still lost, and he won. Monday, January 20th, 2025, it'll be here before you know it. 74 days to be exact, and that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Budget Blinds. The holidays are coming. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Schedule your holiday consultation today and ask about their special radio offer. If you want to jump in, you can certainly do so. Did you enjoy all of the mainstream media festivities yesterday? 855-839-1210. We'll take your thoughts also on social media at 1210 WPHT, and of course your comments in the YouTube chat. And also up next, suburban women, young voters, and independents. How bad was Kamala Harris in those 3 categories that cost Donald Trump 4 years ago? The details on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
3 NBA games tonight. Utah at Milwaukee. Utah +9. Portland at San Antonio. San Antonio -4.5. And the Minnesota Timberwolves at the Chicago Bulls. Chicago +8. The NBA is back in FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater and place a $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey there, you in aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows. And save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's PHILO.tv.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price. Get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Gotta have a Wawa.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. Scaling Company. Yeah, baby. 6:31. It's a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Arizona and Nevada apparently official as well, as the official Electoral College final scoreboard now shows Donald Trump 312 in the Electoral College, Kamala Harris 226. And by the way, finishing with 312 in the Electoral College, that is the most for a Republican since 1988. I would have been 4 years old at the time.
By the way, I think it may have been Road Warrior on the YouTube, Chad, that I think he nailed that to the exact.
Did he really?
3 days ago. Yeah.
312.
Yeah.
Wow.
I wish it were different because my husband had written a number down like a week ago.
Okay.
And it had to be 312.
No.
So I'm just hoping.
So he's going to be
that the number
celebrating,
changes.
pumping his fist. Yeah. Saying he nailed it, taking a victory lap. Good for him.
No, it was
good for him. I did not anticipate 300 plus. I think Opelka said on our election night coverage on Tuesday night that he had 325 being the number. So he came close. But if you had 312, you nailed it on the head. All right, so I know, Dawn, you were doing your show yesterday, and you were sleep deprived like many of us were, but were you able to consume any of the mainstream media? Any takeaways from the way they are reacting to defeat, or any thoughts on Kamala's concession speech, which was happening, I think, right around the midway point of the Zioli show yesterday?
Yeah, look, I think was that the one she was talking about, the stars in the sky?
Oh, I have no idea. I did not. I saw all of maybe 8 minutes of it.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it, but I think here's the thing I would say about her. It's not just about her. I don't think it's just about one candidate in particular, and that's my biggest takeaway. And this was a situation where somebody who's a vice president, who for whatever reason was not a very well-known vice president in the sense of building her brand over a nearly 4-year period. And that's what strikes me about it. If they had done a better job in this administration of building her brand, I don't know, maybe they needed like Greg Stocker as a brand manager.
Well,
vice presidents should have that.
Your
I don't know.
Personality matters. You can't just be a robot, right? Like, I've tried telling people that every time I get asked to do anything, like, in the media industry, like, hey, do you have 5 minutes to talk about the state of radio? And I'm like, and they ask me certain questions, and I say, talking about the subject matter at hand is not enough, right? Like, if you're a host, if you're a vice president, you need to be a brand. You need to be a personality. You just don't have to sit there, whether you're in, like, and I always look at it from the media standpoint because that's what I can relate to. Like, it didn't matter if I was in sports or politics. I could sit here and give you exit poll numbers, or I could tell you about how good Jalen Hurts' turnover to interception completion percentage ratios are. If you're not a likable individual, if you don't connect with the audience, it doesn't matter what you regurgitate. It's not about being the smartest guy in the room or knowing more than the next guy. You have to connect. And Dawn, she never connected. And you can't connect if you hide, right? Like, she just was always on the back burner. You know, she never went to the southern border. She did limited interviews in insulated settings, and it backfired on her. They tried to hide her. They did the same thing with Joe. At least with Joe, they had an excuse. There was a pandemic, right? Like, you could at least try to say, well, it's a safety issue. He's 77 years old. What was the excuse for Kamala Harris? There was none, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking back. I mean, in way back, I was looking at vice presidents because we always say the vice president doesn't matter. And so, if you think of the first president, George Washington, I was looking at, like, who was his vice president? John Adams. So back in the day, if you look at in the beginning of the country, usually the president, and then you had a vice president. That vice president went on, they passed the baton, and those vice presidents were famous.
Mm-hmm.
But then in modern times, when you really look at it, it's not necessarily the same. And so that's just it, that in political parties, but especially with Joe Biden's administration, it's this, you're in a tough spot as a Veep because the man at the top of the ticket, we've never had a woman at the top of the ticket, but the guy at the top of the ticket, you have to you're in the shadow of that person.
Mm-hmm.
So if they had, and this is a lesson, I think, to Republicans, if you have a president who right now we have Trump coming in, I think for his vice president and his Avenger team, all those individuals, promote them, because you are then passing the baton to the future.
You mean like trot J.D. Vance out for 63 mainstream media interviews in 75 days?
Well, what I mean is put him in charge so that of something like, let's say, the border. Put him in charge of something that he'll be effective at. Give him all the tools he needs so that he can show that he has executive experience.
Yep.
Right?
Right.
Leadership experience.
Mm-hmm.
So she was called the border czar. I don't know if it was her lacking or the administration. I'm not really sure what happened there. But whatever it was, to give her, 107 days, whatever that was, 106 days, to launch a presidential campaign and to grow her brand in that amount of time tells you that this was a failure of the Democrat Party.
You're right. And our buddy Will Kane from Fox and Friends Weekend put out this tweet, and this really goes to show you what Trump was able to overcome and also just how much she didn't resonate. And Will Kane said, imagine having the Avengers, Batman, Wonder Woman, Luke Skywalker, the Terminator, Jason Bourne, Taylor Swift, Beyonce, J-Lo, Madonna, Cher, Cardi B, Eminem, John Legend, Usher, Bruce Springsteen, Lady Gaga, Bad Bunny, Rihanna, LeBron James, Steph Curry, Emmett Smith, Magic Johnson, Steve Kerr, Oprah, Mark Cuban, Bill Gates, and Obama on your team, and you still lose. It's unbelievable.
I mean, you could make the argument that obviously this is a simplistic view, but she lost because of that.
Yeah, that
she
too.
had all those people on her team.
That too.
Yeah, this was definitely a rebellion.
It was.
A rebellion vote. But also it's about the working person. And that's just it. I think if you look at the so-called demographic, in truth, it's that Trump was able to capture, and that was the whole garbage sanitation worker driving the truck, McDonald's, showing those people in those jobs some respect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Democrats did not recognize that Trump was the one who was able to capture and resonate, capture the hearts of those individuals, the trust of those individuals, and resonate with working people.
Yep. I mentioned in the Big Take Axios with a story called Trump's Recipe, Limit His Losses Amongst Key Groups, the groups that rejected him 4 years ago. And I want to give you some of these numbers with suburban women in general, and independents, as well as young voters. And this will just show you how unlikable she was and how Trump was able to mitigate damage and, not basically drown in certain categories. So Axios breaks it down. We'll start with women. Women voters still largely preferred Harris over Trump, but not with the margins or the level of her turnout that the campaign needed to win. Harris won roughly 54% of women. That is according to NBC and CNN exit polls. Biden, 4 years ago, had 57% of women. So that is a -3 for Kamala Harris in her own gender. That's staggering to me. Harris even underperformed Biden among suburban women by 2 points, with 57%, according to the Associated Press. For a party that exceeded expectations amongst women voters since the Supreme Court struck down abortion rights under Roe v. Wade in 2022, 2 years later, this is a bitter blow. Amongst young voters, Harris won 52% of the 18 to 29-year-old demo, but that was down from 61%, which Joe Biden secured in 2020. Think about that. Kamala's 21 years younger than Joe Biden, and she performed 9 points below Joe. So she was supposed to be the younger female, and her numbers were worse than Pudding Brain. Yeah, if that doesn't show you how awful of a candidate she was, I don't know what will. Then you go to the suburbs, and we're going to go right to Montgomery County here.
Please.
Axios says, in the all-important Pennsylvania, Harris needed to run up the score in suburbs like Montgomery County, outside of Philadelphia. She led by 22 points, with 92% of precincts reporting. But that is off of the 26-point margin that Joe Biden had 4 years ago. So that is a -4. Then you go down to independents. She won 50% of independents. Joe was at 54% 4 years ago. So she fell off 4 points there. So you look at it, the Utes, the independents, the women, and the women in the suburbs, she was a and remember, she was a drain on the ticket. Halfway through,
she was.
They wanted to replace her.
Yep.
And Joe did better 4 years ago. And I guess the question is, hindsight being 2020, it's always easy to Monday morning quarterback this. If Joe stays in and doesn't tap out, or if Joe doesn't have that June 27th brain collapse, is he president today?
I could make the argument, no, but I could make the argument that he would, even after that debate performance, even after all of that, I think that he would have performed better than she would. I don't think he would have won because I just think the headwinds were way too strong.
Yeah.
But I think that he definitely would have performed better than she did. There's no question in my mind. I mean, literally we reported this yesterday. Like the senators, the Democratic senators on the ticket performed sometimes 18 points better than she did. Like that means that people physically went in there and voted for a Democratic senator and either didn't vote for her or voted for Trump.
Yeah, that is staggering. And when you think about where they are with women and where they are with suburban women, and we talked about the implications of Roe v. Wade, I'll ask you, Dawn, because you talk about it and it's a state's issue. Is this an outlier, or is abortion no longer a major voting issue now that it is basically a state-by-state issue, so to speak? And I ask because, remember, it was Trump that was labeled the villain for, championing the fact that he got Roe v. Wade overturned, packed the Supreme Court, conservative justices that are pro-life, and Kamala and the Democrats, they dug in on that. Or is this one of those things where Trump's just above it, but the people at the grassroots level running for office will still be impacted by this? How do you see that?
I think that abortion is still going to be an issue moving forward until this country, all the states, everybody figures it out at the state level. But I simply think that you have massive numbers in a general election. But when we go back to the municipal elections or the midterm elections, that sort of thing, we're going to see it popping up again. So it's not done with. And I think the great Linda Kearns, our election integrity RNC attorney, she had a great point yesterday when she was speaking, and she said, people have to understand that the municipal elections, they begin within a year and they matter. And everybody needs to focus on those and not just come out to vote during a general election. Pay attention because, we talk about District Attorney Larry Krasner or, these other municipal elections around our country actually affect our day-to-day lives in greater, more personal ways. Mm-hmm. And yet look at the voter turnout during the midterms, for example.
Yeah.
Also, everywhere abortion was on the ballot, except for Florida, which actually got 57% of the vote, but they have some weird rule where you have to get 60%. The abortion stuff passed. Okay. So people went there, voted for this, and voted against her.
Yeah.
So, I think that...
Think about that. You vote for her message, but you don't vote for the person.
100%. 100%. Which means that, Dawn, kudos to you. You were 100% correct. And I, hat tip to you. Like, they did not tie him with that.
Yeah.
Which I thought they were going to. So wherever it was on the ballot, except for Florida, it was struck down.
Yeah.
But she still didn't get the headwind from it. It's unbelievable.
But I think, Bob Brady, the Philadelphia Democrats chair, longtime congressman, he slammed the Harris campaign.
Yeah, it's in the Inquirer today.
Right?
We have that. Phil, can you grab Cut 13? Do you have Cut 13 up there?
Was it NBC 10? I want to give credit.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I'm going to play.
Okay.
I sent it to you.
I would have liked to seen the Harris campaign, especially the national campaign, coordinate with us a little bit, talk to us a little bit, give us a little bit more resources, show us some respect. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. They were just elitists and went out there, did their own thing, and didn't include Democratic City Committee or wardens or committee people. They just didn't do it.
Turnout in the Democrat-rich city can help Democrats win statewide. But this year, numbers as of mid-afternoon showed Philadelphia has not turned out as many votes for Kamala Harris as it did Joe Biden 4 years ago, while Donald Trump boosted his votes.
So you know Philadelphia, and you know what needs to be done here. If you're not getting what you think you need from them, why not just do it on your own? It's your city.
We did it on our own. That's why we got the numbers we got, regardless of what they did.
But it didn't work.
Well, it worked in the city of Philadelphia. We pulled out the margins. We did as much as we can.
Turnout, according to the latest tally, sits around 63%.
They're all
under
in
the
CYA
2020
mode.
threshold.
Some people in Philadelphia, some voters, just decided they weren't going to vote, weren't going to participate. How do you explain that?
Talk to her about that.
Oh!
You don't feel like Democrats in the city who live here take any responsibility for that?
I don't think that the Democrats that live in the city related to her, and I don't know why. I don't know whether there was a elitist factor out there. I don't know why she didn't talk to them. I don't know.
Brady, a longtime friend of President Joe Biden, is also still unhappy with how the switch from Biden to Harris on the top of the ticket happened.
I'm really not that happy the way they took him off.
Biden announced his decision to leave the race this summer after a roundly criticized debate performance.
For one bad debate, hey, Obama had a bad debate. Fetterman had a horrible debate. And he did public appearances after that, and he was fine.
Yikes!
This is he's like the Obi-Wan Kenobi of running a campaign. He knows, Bob Brady knows how to get her done. For him to say, I think the key point he said was they didn't show us respect.
Why would you not use a resource locally, especially, how many times did we talk about, and Greg made this as a great point, he's like, if you want to win Pennsylvania, you might want to start showing up more. The Harris and Biden campaign were in Pennsylvania for 3.5 years nonstop.
Yep.
They were in Philadelphia, 33 times?
Yeah, you wonder some of those old school Democrats like Bob Brady, and Dawn is correct. He is the quintessential Democrat in this city. You have to wonder how many of them were pissed off because of what they did to Joe Biden and just protest voted.
He goes on to say, in the Philadelphia Inquirer has a good story about this. Brady said money was an issue, and he criticized the Harris campaign for paying only about half of the money that the city committee requested for its Get Out the Vote effort. Those funds, otherwise known as street money, are used to pay committee members to get out the vote. Did he mention the word elitist in there? I thought I heard him say elitist. Where
he said elitist.
Yeah.
2 times.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a vibe that the Democrats better try to shake, or they're in trouble. Unless you're in the 1%, because that doesn't resonate with people, right?
Yeah, we heard that through, I was hearing that even through the mayor's office, that Mayor Sherelle Parker, that her administration felt a bit snubbed, didn't get that so-called respect.
Wow.
If I'm a Democrat, and you look at how Philadelphia delivers, if I'm a Democrat running for anything and I need Philadelphia, I am kissing the ring of Bob Brady and Mayor Parker. The fact that they didn't do that, and then the Harris campaign, what did they do? They put out a photograph taken with Bob Brady and the vice president together, saying, well, they obviously met. Well, that's not what he's talking about.
Yeah.
He's talking about the campaign, coming here and basically saying, what do you need?
Right.
And showing you that respect and showing you the money and showing you the respect.
It doesn't jive with a lot of the reporting we saw, because all we heard about was the ground game here. 90,000 volunteers they had.
Yep.
So where was the disconnect between that? Were they in the suburbs? Were they not in Philly? I don't know.
Very interesting. So you take maybe snubbing Bob Brady, you're disrespecting Sherelle Parker, and on top of all of it, you do not tab Josh Shapiro to be your running mate, which brings us to our caller, Bill in Lansdowne, who's got some thoughts. Bill, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Nobody's brought this up at all, right? The mere fact that she snubbed Shapiro. Did anybody bring up the fact that maybe she asked him and he turned her down?
Yes, I brought that up because I said maybe it's possible that he views that to be a losing campaign, and that will hurt his chances when he has POTUS aspirations, maybe as soon as 2028, especially if she loses, which she did.
Right, he could be starting his campaign in a year from now.
That's correct. You're absolutely right.
But, you're not hearing that nationally. Nothing about Pennsylvania. Everything's about she picked Tim Walz over him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she asked him and he said no.
It could be possible, and then he says, "But I'm glad to help out. Use me whenever you need me." He was certainly visible, right? I mean, how many times did we see him over the last 75 days up there doing his best Barack Obama? I mean,
he was
not like he was
the night
hiding.
The night before he was up there doing it up there.
Correct.
I disagree with that. I do think that if Josh Shapiro was asked, I think he would have accepted.
Probably.
I don't think that he it was some grand scheme, some diabolical scheme that he was like, no, she's going to lose and I'm going to, I do think in my heart, I do believe that the Democrats really believed that she was going to win. I really do think that. So
part of that is arrogance, right? And that's part of what I think Bob Brady, what we can infer.
Yeah, I just don't think you can sit there if you're, of the belief that it's a layup victory, that you're going to beat Trump, that, calling him Hitler, running on abortion, and having select media appearances is enough. That might be enough if Joe Biden was pushed aside because of age and health and the country was in a great spot. But when you poll lower than Joe Biden, who polled lower than any president since Jimmy Carter, you have to do a whole heck of a lot more. And you tried to keep defining Donald Trump.
Yeah.
We know everything we need to know about Trump. We've known him for 9 years. You're the newbie. You need to make it about you, not about your opponent. And she failed to do that. Total miscalculation. And I'm happy about it. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We'll come back, kick off hour number 2. Dawn's got some news, and then more of the exit polling data, including how one publication says Donald Trump didn't really win Pennsylvania. It was Kamala Harris that lost it. We're going to look at some of these other counties as just to how bad she is compared to Joe Biden of 4 years ago. We're back after this. Hour 2 next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I don't know if you've ever done this. Have you ever searched your name and then seen that some of those creepy sites took your name, your information, maybe even your picture, and were using it for the creepy reasons, selling it, that sort of thing? Do this, search your name and make sure nobody's doing this to you. And the reason I'm bringing this up, it's one of the many reasons that I subscribe to privacy from DuckDuckGo. Okay, so if you want to keep your searches private and out of data profiles, maybe the government, other legal requests, you need to use DuckDuckGo. I have used it for years. You know this. They're a local company. Started out local, and now they're huge. But DuckDuckGo does not track you at all. Every time you search on DuckDuckGo, it's as if you've never been there before. That means a lot to me. And so that's why I started using DuckDuckGo in the first place. But now there's a subscription they offer. It's called Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. This is a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service. Helps protect your personal information from being exploited by those hackers, the scammers, the privacy invasive companies. I talk a lot about them in the news, in fact. And so with Privacy Pro, DuckDuckGo's VPN secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere. And they have identity theft restoration as well. So if your identity gets stolen, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro is going to help you restore it. And also they have number 3, and this is what I started with talking about, this personal information removal, which I never knew you could do this, but I love this one. It really blew my mind. If you've searched your name, like I said, online, noticing how many sites are selling information about you, which is just, it freaks me out. Privacy Pro is going to help you remove your personal information from all those creepy sites. You want to do this. So here's the thing. You get all this for $9.99 a month. As my listener, go to DuckDuckGo.com/1210. You get an exclusive 7-day free trial on me. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi-8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge, having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Make your home renovation dreams come true with Emmons Remodeling.
We handle everything from concept to completion, delivering beautiful, functional spaces for you and your family to enjoy.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts ensure your project is completed on time and on budget.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
What's on the menu for football season? Pork, of course. Get ready for game day with Hatfield and put some pork on your fork. Elevate your kickoff cuisine and halftime feast with Hatfield's winning lineup of marinated pork tenderloins, pork loin fillets, ground pork and sausage, bacon and ham. Whether you're the tailgate king or gridiron gourmet, Hatfield helps you savor the taste of victory. Visit simplyhatfield.com for play-by-play menu inspiration. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
You need cooling, baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna send you back to schooling, way down inside. Honey, you need it. I'm gonna give you my love. I'm gonna give you my love.
7:01, it is hour number 2 on a Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. SD, our girl, Kamala Harris, she'll join us coming up 8:45 this morning. Also, by the way, just a heads up, it looks like Sean Farish probably will not be able to join us tomorrow. He's he's traveling for a wedding.
What?
Yes.
What?
I know, it's
No,
ridiculous.
unacceptable.
All these fall weddings. They realize men want to watch football.
Yeah, I thinking back on it now, we probably should have had him the day after the election. But it's all good.
That would have been fun.
Yeah. We'll get him on Monday, though, I think.
Monday,
Yeah.
Veterans Day. By the way, next week, right, we are honoring the greatest generation, World War II vets. We will start on Monday. It'll all be in the 9 o'clock hour. We have what was the age of the gentleman?
First one, I believe 97.
97 years old, Dawn.
Yes.
97 years old.
God bless.
So next week, courtesy of our friends and great sponsor, Window Nation, we will be honoring the greatest generation next week. If you have somebody, we do have. We have the thing up on 1210 WPHT, but if you have somebody that you want to nominate, and when I say nominate, I mean just, honor, send me an email, greg.stocker@odyssey.com, and we will we'll get you up there.
Yeah, I chatted with our first veteran. He was in the Navy, as you mentioned, 97 years old. And it was about 5 minutes, and, that's all we need. And share your story, share your journey,
He was
what
very
led
nervous.
you.
Yeah,
But I'll tell you what, once he settled in, he was good.
Yeah, he was very nervous, Tom.
Yep, he was great.
Talking about his service and all that stuff. So, it's look, there's very few of them left. So I know, when we started this, one of the promotions team was just like, do you think we'll get, are there enough of them around? I said, I don't know, but I think it's worth trying.
Enough that they're calling our front office receptionist.
100%.
Yeah.
So that's all next week in honor of Veterans Day. We'll do it Monday and all week. Like I said, in the 9 o'clock hour.
There you go. 855-839-1210. We will give you some more details about how well Trump did specifically within the city limits of Philadelphia, and then also whether or not New Jersey is on the verge of becoming a swing state. That's coming up. Plus, we've got election night cable television ratings, and also the legal cases. What happens with all of those? Jonathan Turley will break that down. But right now, we break down what's going on locally here in the news. 7:04, round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And in the news this morning, just getting a more information as we learn more about this Philadelphia police sergeant who is injured but recovering, thank goodness, after he was struck by an illegal dirt bike rider in the city of Philadelphia last night. So he's recovering, we're told, in the hospital. Investigators say the police sergeant was working in the highway patrol unit on his motorcycle on duty when he was struck by this dirt bike rider, those are illegal. This guy runs a stop sign, according to all the witnesses there, crashes into the sergeant, and then is trying to escape the scene. One Good Samaritan in particular, but all these witnesses, everybody stayed on the scene. So police really thanking them for the community coming together, everybody doing the right thing. And so he grabs this guy, the Good Samaritan grabs this guy, wrestles him to the ground, makes sure that he's there for police. But the sergeant at one point had to pull out his gun, to make sure that suspect, to say to him, stay right there. Even despite the fact the sergeant is down and he's injured because he was struck. So the good news here, as far as the sergeant, he is recovering in the hospital. He's in stable condition, but he did suffer some severe injuries to at least one of his legs.
That is so great that a citizen was able to do what they were able to do. I'd love to chat with that individual.
Yeah, and these are the stories that we talk about, in families behind the badge, and that's just it. When you think about this sergeant, we say, oh, well, he's going to be okay. Well, what does that recovery look like when quite frankly, when your legs have been smushed and
you get hit by a dirt
plates
bike
in your leg. You're talking about surgeries. You're talking about 6 months to a year, and maybe you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And then the wife becomes the caregiver.
Yeah,
affecting her job, the kids, all of that.
Absolutely.
So a lot of times in the headlines, I love that we can go beyond the headlines because you think, oh, the officers are going to be okay. Well, maybe in a couple years it'll be okay, right?
Yep.
So as we move forward here, we want to talk about this, and this is an alleged murder for hire in the suburbs of Philadelphia. So this is a 40-year-old woman from Philadelphia. She is charged along with another woman. Both of the women charged for this alleged murder for hire plot targeting
Nick Kayal.
It was the woman's ex-boyfriend.
Oh, wow.
So wanted to take out her ex. It's not good enough that you want to break up with the guy.
Yeah.
But so this is, according to detectives, they've been working this case. It all started in late summer, they say, when a caseworker at the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office Family Justice Center, and this is all according to police, they get this information that Zacharias Chacon, who's 53 years old, had tried to hire somebody to kill her ex-boyfriend. So during this entire probe, detectives say they found these communications between Chacon and her former sister-in-law, Reina Gomez Lopez, that's the 40-year-old. So they pay Lopez the $1,000 to find a person who's willing to murder the other gal's ex-boyfriend. What a tangled web this is.
This is like a Netflix special.
Right? The detectives, they have to find all the bank transfer information. They confirm the payment. So both women were taken into custody now and are awaiting extradition. But they're saying this was real, and they're facing charges of first-degree conspiracy to commit murder. I don't have confirmation of the ex-boyfriend, who's probably feeling pretty lucky right now that detectives caught wind of this.
So you're paying somebody $1,000 just to go find somebody that is willing, capable, and able to whack another human being.
Yeah.
So what is the going rate for that these days? That's what I want to know. 10 G's? 100?
Oh, that's a good point. So
and
this
how do you find these people, by the way?
Yeah.
Is there like murder for hire websites?
Did they go on Indeed?
The dark web. You can go for the.
Is it like on Reddit?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Craigslist? Where do you go?
Oh, my goodness.
Jeez.
SEPTA workers preparing for a possible strike.
And can you negotiate?
Well,
Like 15K is a little steep.
Yeah.
I'll do 13.9, but you have to bring your own bullets and gun, okay? That scope, I'm not paying for that scope.
Oh, no.
Are you a 1099 too? Like you have to fill out.
Are you an independent contractor?
Invoice me. Yeah.
It's a sin. We do have word, and we have until midnight tonight, but we've got the union representing 5,300 SEPTA employees, they do plan to hit the picket lines if their contract deal is not done before midnight tonight.
Also, one more question.
Oh,
if they don't do if they miss or they don't do it, do you get your money back?
Wow,
a refund,
30-day refund, right?
Or if they just wound them,
right?
You know what I mean, and they survive,
right? And do you want your receipt printed or emailed?
And is it long, like it's CVS?
Well, I am serious when I say this. Once the court proceedings begin and I find the court records, I may have that, because you always wonder about the details. Were they saying that this is the way you want him killed?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
remember there was that Jersey attempted hit, and the poor woman, they poured, they wanted hot liquid, they poured all over her.
Yeah.
Like, some of these people, this is crazy.
I know. It's not like you're ordering a steak, for God's sakes. Just get it done.
Ipso facto says inflation is everywhere.
You're damn right. The murder for hire market's been hit by Bidenomics as well.
Yeah. It's like, not for nothing, but $1,000 seems like,
Yeah, it used to be 800 4 years ago.
The best audience in radio.
Oh, my goodness. Well, let's hope that we get this deal done in Philadelphia, because at this point, those 5,300 SEPTA employees, they do plan to hit the picket lines. So obviously, if they start their strike midnight tonight, that affects commuters starting in the wee hours of tomorrow morning. SEPTA workers, they want the new contract. They say it's going to happen unless this deal can be made with the managers before then. And we've been talking about this. Last month, officials with the union that was when we first heard that they said that the strike could be looming. Members unanimously voting. Remember this? We talked about it. They did unanimously vote to authorize, and they've been working to try to get this deal done. At this point, they are preparing to hit the picket lines. So brace. Obviously, even though they always say they'll do their best to try to have service, generally speaking, they go to a weekend schedule or a holiday schedule. And I don't know how they could man and woman all of this.
Mm-hmm.
If more than 5,000 employees go on strike.
Could be an S show.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have word of this wildfire burning several miles from Six Flags Great Adventure. This is the New Jersey Forest Fire Service putting this out. Fire crews currently working to put out the flames in the Collier's Mills Wildlife Management, that area. And this is basically, this is Jackson Township, Ocean County officials working with them. At this point, 6 homes had to be evacuated. They say that 25 structures have been threatened by the flames. We have tinder dry conditions, they say, because we haven't had measurable rain. So right now, 175 acres burning, 20% containment. And so this is tough when you think about the heat that we're dealing with yesterday and now today. Tough job for these firefighters, and then a wind factor as well. So they're just warning everybody, think about the tinder dry conditions, this time of year, no campfires, that sort of thing. We don't know how this one started.
So bizarre last night. I took my dog out to go to the bathroom around 7:45, and I felt like this hot breeze blowing in my face, and we actually had the air conditioning running for a little bit because we were making dinner and the house got hot, and I hear my central air conditioning unit running, and I'm like, it's November 6th, and I'm walking outside. It feels like it's like a summer night.
Today's going to be nice too, right?
Yeah,
it is.
And Friday.
And I'm not mad about it.
Summer like that. 76 degrees for your high today.
Yeah.
Partly sunny skies. Feels like summertime. Tomorrow, Greg's right. A little cooler and more seasonable, but still warm. 70 degrees for your Friday with bright sunny skies. And then we drop to more normal temperatures for this time of year for the weekend. Saturday, bright sunny skies, but 60 degrees, and much of the same for Sunday. A few more clouds coming in, so Saturday's definitely the brighter, sunnier day. It looks like the first chance of precipitation of anything measurable looks like Monday, 68 degrees, pretty balmy, but Monday we will get some rain. So we sure do need it. Finally.
My Lord.
My goodness. And we are sponsored this morning by Piazza Auto Group. So get the Honda of your dreams during Happy Honda Days with financing as low as 0.9% APR on select new models like the capable Ridgeline. Visit Piazza Honda Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Online at piazzahonda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, John, thank you very much. 855-839-1210, the phone number if you want to jump in. We're going to come to your calls right now. You know, I saw these stories floating around on social media yesterday, and I wondered if they were true or not, whether or not certain schools were shutting down, especially at the collegiate level, over Trump's victory. And I wasn't sure if it was accurate, but on line 2, we have Joanne in North Wales, and apparently this was a real thing. Joanne, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Nick. Thanks for taking my call. I'm so excited to talk to you.
Well, I'm excited to chat with you as well. So, can you share where your son goes to school and your story?
Yes, so he attends a small liberal arts college in Glenside. So those in the area know what college that would be.
Okay.
And apparently he said that when he went to class yesterday, some professors had actually canceled class because they were so distraught over the results of the election. And the classes that were being held, half the students were absent and they had taken mental health days. It's just unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
Now, so just to be sure and just to confirm, this was not a scheduled day off in advance regardless of winner or loser?
No. Definitely not.
A mental health.
Yep.
I know what mental illness looks like.
Yep. And the other thing is he's like one of the normal kids that go to that school, and he plays on a sports team.
Okay.
And some of his fellow sports team members who are from out of state, particularly from New England, they are like huge Trump fans. So they changed their voter registration to Pennsylvania so that they would make their vote count. I was so proud. He was like, the young men are like out in droves. They knew they wanted to vote for Trump and they wanted their vote to count. So they changed their voter status to Pennsylvania. And I have 4 kids, and I have 2 boys that are between the ages of 18 and 25, and they both were out early. They voted for Trump. I'm so proud of them. They're on the right track.
All right, Joanne.
Good job.
Can you imagine next week we're going to honor the greatest generation?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Can you imagine if the majority of them were still alive right now and heard what Joanne just said?
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
They'd be fuming.
These people, somebody we're going to talk to next week actually lied about his age to enlist in the Army for World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And we have kids
Right.
in college
Can't handle it.
that can't handle the results of an election.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they need a mental health day because what is? Oh my Lord!
Yeah, and
no wonder there was a backlash and revolt. Honest to God.
Yeah, I think I know the school she's talking about. I guess I could say what the hell. It doesn't
Formerly
matter.
was Beaver College.
It's Arcadia, right? That's what I figure. It's the only school over in that area. I think. I'll probably get fact checked. There's probably 2 schools there, but I think it's Arcadia.
I think it is too.
It's unbelievable. I don't know what to do. I feel. Of course, there was a revolt that was going to happen. Of course, because we've been pushed this direction.
Yeah, and look, the meltdowns were happening. They were all over social media. There's people yelling and screaming, people crying over the results. I mean, and this is not just like shedding a tear because you were invested financially or you were a part of it on the campaign trail and you poured out your heart and your soul and you worked your ass off. I mean, this is just like Gen Z and Gen Alpha people that like believe the Hitler rhetoric and the dictator, the discourse and all the nonsense that the media and the Democrats put out there. And they're the ones responsible for the mental health crisis. And we've talked about it, not just the mental health crisis over the fact that Donald Trump's the president, but the mental health crisis that was exacerbated during the pandemic, right? Social isolation, lockdowns, closures, mandates, put a mask on. I mean, Greg, you had mentioned, I think you said this story before about you didn't want to put your kid in daycare as a young toddler because you didn't want to have a mask over his face, right?
I didn't want him to wear a mask, so we paid
we
paid literally a salary that we pay producers here in order to keep him out of daycare. So I can't with this, and it's the writing was on the wall for a situation that unfolded yesterday or 2 days ago, and these are little anecdotal reasons like this, like what Joanne just said, are the reason for it.
It's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210. We'll continue on more of your calls if you want to jump in. If you have any post-election health updates for those that are having breakdowns, we can certainly take those calls. I do want to get to some of the Philly voting precincts and how these wards have changed over the Trump era from 16 to 20 to 24, because Trump has chopped away at those for 3 straight different election cycles, and also whether or not New Jersey is on the verge of becoming a swing state. Our buddy Matt Rooney, host of the Matt Rooney Show Sunday nights at 7 o'clock right here, with some interesting data points that could convince you that New Jersey maybe is trending in that direction. All of that before we get to the cut sheet, coming up at 7:45.
With the cool weather this weekend, tailgating, fall, for me it means breaking out the crock pot. Life is so hectic, especially this week, so it can be difficult to find time to even make a home-cooked dinner for your family. I know that I struggle with that. So, and I'm talking about from scratch, home cooked every day. Luckily, whatacrock.com's delicious, easy to prepare meals make it so simple. I just put one of their meals into my slow cooker in the morning, go about my day. When I come home, dinner is simmering. Unlike most meal kit companies, and this is important because a lot of meal kit companies, they involve a lot of chopping and slicing and dicing and prep. With whatacrock.com, there is no meal prep. They make it so easy, and as well, they make the cleanup so quick and easy. It's as simple, like I say, just plop that meal right into your slow cooker, and dinner is one and done. So thinking about fall comfort food, I'm thinking about trying the Swedish meatballs, but the Uptown beef stew, my husband's favorite, the old-fashioned pot roast with those big chunks of carrots and potatoes and just a lot of that beef. Delicious beef. My husband loves it. Looks just like Grandma used to make. And speaking of which, they do have many different kinds of homemade meatballs. Grandma's homemade meatballs. My son David, his favorite are the chicken parm meatballs with that delicious, soft, melted parm. That's a little bit of a surprise when you bite into it in the middle. So I know I'm making you so hungry right now. So here's the thing. There's no subscription or commitment required. I like that. You can order what you want when you want it. What a Crock meals. They also make a great gift that you can send to somebody. Maybe somebody just had a new baby, or maybe somebody has just gotten out of the hospital. They need a little help. Use promo code WPHT at checkout. Get $10 off your first order, whatacrock.com. It's code WPHT, $10 off your first order. What a Crock, dinner made easy. Order now, whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you working out, eating healthy, and doing all the right things and still struggling to lose weight? Don't get frustrated. Get answers. You could be having difficulty because of your metabolism. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach, revealing how your diet and lifestyle fit into the bigger picture of how your body burns carbs and fat, allowing you to develop a game plan and see results. Go to lumen.me right now for 30% off. With just one breath, Lumen offers insight into what's happening with your body and promotes optimal metabolic health for easier weight management, improved energy levels, and better fitness results. Go to lumen.me today and get 30% off. Plus, listeners can get an additional 15% off by using promo code Radio55. That's promo code Radio55 at lumen.me to get an additional 15% off your first purchase today. LUMEN.ME, promo code Radio55.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient in PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds when they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Newman Goretti High School in South Philly, Saturday, November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Gonna dig a hole in your backyard? Call 811. Don't be caught off guard, cause PA1 Calls got your back to help locate those utilities dead.
Play it safe and do your part so no one in the neighborhood's house goes dark.
But if you don't, and there's an outage, you might have to deal with some screams and shouters. Cause ain't nothing worse when your toilet won't flush, your lights go out,
or when your pipes bust.
Yeah, your neighbors are gonna love you. Know what's below? Call 811 before you dig. Help us at 50 and 5. More at PA1Call.org.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world. And sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 727 here on this Thursday morning. What's on the cut sheet just over 15 minutes from now? A couple of more numbers to sift through here that I thought were pretty interesting, both in Philadelphia as well as how Trump performed in a bunch of different counties compared to 4 years ago. And then we will also get into a little New Jersey conversation. I've also got the television ratings from election night that we'll hit on those as well. But I thought this was fascinating because, you know, we talked about Donald Trump and his path to victory and how if he could just pluck a little bit here and pick a little bit there and trim this and shave off a little bit in this demographic, it would be enough because we talked about it, 4 years ago. The election was determined by 3 states and 40-some thousand votes, and Donald Trump did more than just, pull and pluck. Kamala Harris fell off in areas that I think all Democrats and probably most reasonable Republicans would have said, oh, she has to gain in this demo and she has to do better with women. That was not the case. But the Philadelphia voting map shows a breakdown of all the different precincts and the wards and some of the results, and it's pretty staggering. So The Philadelphia Inquirer says that President-elect Donald Trump received more votes in Philadelphia this election than in 2020, amid a perceptible decline in voter turnout across the city. With 99% of election precincts reporting, Trump appears to have defeated Harris in 169 precincts this time around, which is up from 131 precincts in 2020. So that is a gain. If my math is correct, he gained 38 more precincts 4 years later, increasing his share by almost 30%, which was mostly in North Philadelphia. Now, you might be wondering how many precincts Philadelphia has. They have 1,703, so 1,703. Now, Trump has also improved on his Philadelphia vote totals in each of the three elections. In 2016, he had 108,700. Fast forward to 2020, that went up to 132,700. And then this time around, he picked up an additional almost 4,000 to 136,200. So that's pretty fascinating. And then when we look at it outside of Philadelphia in counties, while Biden won 13 Pennsylvania counties in 2020, Kamala Harris only won 8 of them, as Trump was able to flip Bucks, Northampton, Erie, Monroe, and Center County. So you look at the results, and we talked about it. Northampton County, historically, Easton and Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, since 1948, whoever they vote for is how the state goes. Yep. It's how the country goes every time for 76 years, except for one election. And then Bucks gets flipped. Bucks goes 5,000 in favor of registered Republicans. We'll call that perhaps the Scott Pressler effect. And you sit here and you say, okay, well, how did Trump get these 19 electoral votes? Right there is how he did it. And then you get to New Jersey. And this is fascinating. And I don't claim to be a Jersey expert. Zioli, Matt Rooney, they certainly know more about New Jersey than I do. Thought it was interesting because Politico, Matt Friedman has what he calls the Politico New Jersey playbook. If you want to take a look at the story, it's pretty good. It's on Politico's website. But I'm going to give our boy Rooney some credit. And this was a tweet. This was yesterday afternoon around lunchtime, with 94% reporting, according to the Associated Press. New Jersey, Kamala Harris was up by 4.3 points. That was the final number, or pretty close to the final number. She had 51.2% of the vote to Trump's 46.9%. Rooney says in this tweet, this means, incredibly, Trump may do better in New Jersey than in Virginia, where he's currently down 5.2 points with 99% reporting. And then Rooney says, if the RNC doesn't invest here next year for the gubernatorial race, it is political malpractice. So that's fascinating. I don't know that and again, I don't have a grasp on New Jersey like I do with Pennsylvania. And if you've grown up in PA, you know it better than Jersey. If you're a Jersey resident and a Jersey listener, you probably know Jersey better than Pennsylvania. I don't know that I'm willing to go that far to say that New Jersey is a swing state. I would need to see more collective success in other races beyond just Trump.
I was just going to say that too. Like, because we know Trump is a political animal unto himself.
Right.
So is this a Trump effect, or is this really that New Jersey is turning red or on the cusp of it?
I mean, there's certainly pockets of red, but I also, if my numbers are correct, and this was yesterday, probably around dinner time, look, I thought I saw Curtis Bashaw was down about 9 or 10 points.
Look, as we're as we're speaking here, states change. I mean, the demographics change. If you remember, in 2004, I think it was in the early 2000s, Ohio was a swing state.
Mm-hmm.
Ohio, that was a state that both Republicans and Democrats flipped back and forth on winning. And John Kerry, it came down to Ohio in that 2004 election.
Right.
Now Ohio is completely red.
Yeah.
So it is possible for states to flip.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Florida.
Yep.
Florida is another great example. That was always the swing state, the hanging chad
Mm-hmm.
in 2000. And now,
not anymore.
Trump won it by 13 points.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. So yes, it is.
And look what DeSantis did 2 years ago in the midterms.
Exactly.
He rolled.
It's not unlikely to say that a state could flip because of demographic change. But I'm with you. I see this, and I was just like, that's interesting. But I'm wondering if it's more of an outlier just because of Trump.
Yes, I would agree. Let's see what our boy Ed in Delran, New Jersey thinks. Eddie, what's going on this morning, pal? How are you?
I am doing great and as happy as heck. Well, anyway, as the old saying goes, Nick, Dawn, and Greg will give you the truth, and here's part of the proof. Kamala Harris is such a freaking goof.
You extended the rhymes there for an extra sentence. I like that. So,
oh yeah, well, let me tell you what. Her speech that I listened to yesterday. Who's writing these speeches? Because it sounds like she's campaigning all over again with the dreams and aspirations, and then saying,
same thing.
In the dark, you can see the stars. Really?
Yeah, you're going to hear some of her coming up in the cut sheet where it's she's basically saying that the fight is not over.
Why don't we play? Yeah. Why don't we play a little bit of it now? Okay. Phil, can you pull up cut 4 here? This was yesterday. Her concession speech. It happened late in the afternoon. Play a little bit of it here. Cut 4. Didn't I ask you to start this like a minute and 20 into it?
Oh, well, here she comes, though.
Okay.
Look at her waving. You think she won. You think she's just starting to go on the trail. This was at Howard.
Yeah.
Her alma mater. Now, when you go to your alma mater, you don't got to bust people in.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
She was early yesterday, too, by the way.
Good afternoon.
It was supposed to be 6 o'clock.
Good afternoon.
Yep, lots of good afternoons.
That's why I asked to start this at a minute 20
Thank
in.
you all.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
And I love you back.
Yeah, we love you, too. We love your
And I love you
226.
back.
Love when you get 226.
And I love you back.
Yeah.
And I love you back.
It's the remix.
It's the Kamala remix.
So let me say.
Go ahead.
My heart is full today.
Yeah, same here.
My heart is full today. Full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me. Full of love for our country. And full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright.
Yeah.
The stars at night
as
are
long
big and bright.
as we never give up.
Yep.
And as long as we keep fighting.
Yeah. Let's run it back again in 2028, Kamala. Come back bigger, stronger, better, and faster. And then end up with 173 votes in the Electoral College. I hope she does come back. It was such a gift, and it's easy to say that now, but it really was. I mean, the fact that the Democrats went along with this charade of Joe Biden is fine, he's good, until it became indefensible to claim otherwise. And they put themselves in a box. And you know what? Good for them, because they like to put everybody in a box. And they're, the identity politics boxes and the identity politics umbrella. And then they had an, what the bleep just happened moment. Well, we're down to 90 days and the secret is out. Joe is shot, right? So now we have to put in Kamala Harris. And why do we have to do that? Because if we are to leapfrog somebody ahead of her, it would be viewed as racist and sexist. So, you know what? Sometimes you have this vision, you have this agenda, you have this playbook, you think it's the key to success, but ultimately it becomes your undoing. And they put themselves in a corner and they said, you know what? She can't be any worse than Joe, when in reality she proved she was significantly worse than Joe. And I'm glad that it backfired the way it did. Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, Chuck Schumer, all the power brokers that did this coup, that subverted democracy. That is one of the sweet spots of this victory. For all the claims of Trump being a threat to democracy, It was the Democrats that subverted democracy, and it blew up in their face to the tune of a blowout, 312 to 226. I know we have said that landslides don't exist anymore, but if Trump beats Harris 312 to 226, if Trump beats her in the popular vote by 5 million votes, if you take back the Senate and you keep the House, can we classify it as a landslide? I mean,
it's an.
They never will.
It's an electoral landslide. I mean, think about when Obama beat McCain in 2008. Like that was an electoral landslide,
right?
So yes. Landslides don't happen. When everybody says about landslides, they're talking about like Reagan in '84 or Nixon in '74 or '72, whatever it was.
Yep.
Like those situations where it's like literally, there's no shot. I think Mondale won one state in 1984. So like, I'm talking about that type of stuff.
Yeah. No, I got you. One last little tidbit here on some of the exit polling numbers. Latino men and women. In 2020, they supported Biden, 59% Latino men, 69% Latino women. Exit polls from Tuesday show 55% on both male and female Latinos supported Trump. Think about that. Trump got 55% of the Hispanic vote. I'm still waiting for the African American vote.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be what you guys think.
You think?
I think it's like
15?
No. I think it's like 12.
So you think it stays flat?
Yeah, because of African American females. I think they voted like 92%.
Okay.
And the black male vote kind of stayed the same.
Okay.
So there was a lot of smoke and mirrors with that whole thing.
Okay.
But the Hispanic vote, there's no question in my mind. That's really what put him over the top.
Also, I'm also curious to see how Jewish and Arab voters voted as well.
I saw a story in Dearborn, Michigan.
Yeah, she bombed there, didn't she?
Yeah, I think that him and Jill Stein got more like way more votes than she did.
That is staggering.
Yeah.
I thought that would be a lock for her.
Yep. Yeah. It's interesting to see what plays out.
Wow.
As the next few days, we're going to get a lot more.
Yep.
Of the breakdown of the voting. But
that is correct. The breakdown of the numbers and the breakdown of people's mental health on social media. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet for Thursday? You will find out next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you ready for a trip to paradise? Yes, the Italian Riviera, on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. I hope you join me for this amazing 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in all of Italy, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. 5378, yes, that includes your airfare, the 5378. Dining events at the wineries in Tuscany, even an authentic farm visit to see Parmesan cheese being crafted by hand. Call toll-free 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com, and you scroll down, you'll see my name and picture, and you'll see pictures of the itinerary. Some of the places we're going, like the hidden Italian villages you've never seen before. Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan. We will conclude this incredible trip on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. Join me next spring in Italy. See you in Cinque Terre. ConservativeTours.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Washington. Coverage starts at 7:30 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Hi, this is Howard Eskin to talk about Jack Daniels, tailgating and the birds. It doesn't get any better, so stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store and get game day ready with the original Jack Daniels Tennessee whiskey, along with Jack Daniels Fire, Honey, and Apple, or grab a case of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coke Zero Sugar, now ready to drink in a can. Also available at select grocers. Jack Daniels, born for the tailgate, and please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV, Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and all number 7 registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Hey, Philly, John Ritchie here. I've been telling you about my friends at the Bush Auto Group for a while now. Well, this month it's time to score big. Exton Nissan and Nissan 422 of Limerick have some incredible lease offers this month that you won't want to miss. And for you luxury lovers out there, the newly redesigned 2025 Infiniti QX80 has just hit the lot at Infiniti of Westchester. Talk about a game changer. Visit them in-store or online today at bushautogroup.com. Philly rides with us.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Stand in the place where you live. Now face no. Think about direction. Wonder why you haven't now. Stand in the place where you were. Now face west. Think about the place where you live. Wonder why you haven't people. It's
7:48, Kayal and Company, Thursday morning, the 7 o'clock hour, courtesy of American Heritage Credit Union. If you're ready to buy a home with American Heritage Credit Union's Home Connection, you get cash rewards, lower mortgage rates, and discounts. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Just about an hour from now, Kamala Harris will join Kayal and Company. Wink, wink. But right now, let's get to what's on the cut sheet for a Thursday morning.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Piggybacking on what we were just talking about, Hispanic males. So, this guy is, I think he runs and is the host of a Spanish radio station in Allentown. And he was the guest on MSNBC yesterday. And they were talking about the huge male Latino population that went out and voted for Trump.
Yeah. Allentown, Reading.
Yep, yeah. By the way, he's standing in front of a fake background. And, like, you can see the PPL Center, or what's supposed to be the PPL Center behind him. And he blames, he's a Latino, and he blames misogyny for it.
Misogyny?
He said Latino men think that women belong in the kitchen. Cut one, Phil, go.
11th hour gaffe at Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally where a comedian described Puerto Rico as trash in the middle of the ocean.
Can we stop for a second?
There it goes again.
No, I wanted to zero in on that point because the media, everybody, made such a big deal about that clip.
Yeah.
That comedian that said,
"Oh yeah,
that.
Hinchcliffe, right?"
Do you think that I believe it actually helped him?
I don't know that it helped him, but I certainly don't think it hurt. I just feel like
it certainly didn't hurt.
Yeah,
Obviously
yeah. I mean, it's just, to me, you already know what Trump's about. You already like him. You already have your mind made up on whether you're voting for him or not. Like, this whole concept, short of CJ from Havertown, who called in and said his wife was a game day, election day decision, everybody else I thought had already made up their mind. So there was really nothing out there that I thought could swing this thing one way or the other.
But again, let me just go back to that comedian's statement and how it was wall-to-wall news.
Oh, yeah.
Wall-to-wall news.
Yeah, they were desperate to find something.
Weeks it was wall-to-wall news. And I, that podcast, we said it here, is a really popular podcast, especially with 18 to 29-year-old males.
Yep.
And I really do believe that actually backfired and helped him more than it hurt him.
If you are correct, the explanation, the rationale behind why you could be correct is I think people are sick and tired of having to walk on eggshells with the fear of offending people. Right?
Agreed.
It is, and that's not to excuse all ways that you can offend somebody, but in the comic setting with a comedian whose job it is to roast people and roast certain demographics, check your feelings at the door.
It's again, another cultural touch point has been the rise of comedians like Tony Hinchcliffe, like Shane Gillis, like these un-PC Kurt Metzger. There's a bunch of them. These un-PC comedians that just say whatever they want to and don't care who they offend. And that is so appealing to a certain demographic. It's appealing to our age demographic because we remember when comedy was allowed to push boundaries, and it's also appealing to the 18 to 29-year-old kids who probably have only heard this from parents like us.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I just think that comedian having on there with all the pearl clutching, with everybody's like, oh, it was this is going to sink the Trump campaign with the no. I think it had the opposite effect.
Tony Bruno mentioned Don Rickles.
Yep.
Yeah.
And remember that right afterwards, and said how this is the modern day, Don Rickles from back in the day.
Yep.
And that was astute, I think, of Tony Bruno to say these kinds of comics have a breakthrough way about them. They hit the mainstream. But I would say, in particular, for Tony Hinchcliffe, he's somebody who I think for the young male demographic, whether it's Hispanic, any young male demo, especially, his show is one that they all know and they all love.
Yes. Yep. It's funny, too. I remember seeing this phrase probably 4 to 5 years ago in response to the creation of this woke movement. And it was a slogan, and it was awake but not woke. Basically saying, yeah, I'm aware of the injustices. I don't stand for the real crimes against humanity. But give me a break with some of this, snowflakeism that's going around where everybody wakes up every day looking to be triggered and bothered by every single word that somebody utters. And I think that era is coming to a close.
It goes back to what we were saying in the 6 o'clock hour. Maybe it was the 7 o'clock hour. I don't remember. We're still in the 7 o'clock hour. I'm still woozy from this week.
Need that nap.
The culture has shifted too far. And there needed to be a correction.
Yep.
There needed to be a shift back, and the signs were all there. And the rise of these comedians, I know it's such a small thing, but I think it's like if you take every little one of these breadcrumbs, every one of these pieces, and say, the rise of these un-PC comedians who say things and how popular they are, especially with young people and people our age. Of course, this needed to.
Yeah, the pendulum has swung back in the other direction.
All right, I'm sorry, I didn't. Can you start that clip over, Phil? I didn't mean to.
11th hour gaffe at Donald Trump's Madison Square Garden rally, where a comedian described Puerto Rico as trash in the middle of the ocean. And I know you heard a lot of feedback, but I wonder where you place sort of the timing of that and the impact in the final tally in Pennsylvania and across the country.
Well, I can tell you that, for example, right where I'm at in Allentown, Pennsylvania, where the majority of the Puerto Rican community lived, it had an impact. I mean, Allentown voted for, or the Puerto Ricans in Allentown voted for Kamala Harris. And so in that sense, I could say that it had an impact. And in the state as a whole, with the Puerto Rican community, unfortunately, that wasn't enough. As far as the Latino vote in general, it was the Latino man. It was the Latino man who decided that they were going to vote for Donald Trump. And I will dare to say that it's the Latino man who wouldn't want a woman president. I mean, you and I had this discussion before, and I have audios from the Latino men who were calling my show telling me that they wouldn't vote for her just because she was a woman. And that is unfortunately, but that's part of the Latino culture, right? Where the Latino, the man is the one, the provider, and we're the boss. And we still unfortunately have a lot of Latinos with that mentality where the woman belongs in the kitchen. That is a reality of the Latino male chauvinist culture. And I think that's exactly what happened.
Victor, how do you get them back if you're part of the Democratic Pro-Democracy Coalition?
I mean, again, they were willing to vote for Joe Biden. They were just not willing to vote for Kamala Harris. So I will say, listen, the Democratic Party needs to make sure that they regroup, that they look for somebody young, vibrant, that can make the case just like Joe Biden did. But unfortunately, as far as this Latino man's, I don't think at any time in the future they will vote for a female president.
Are there a select few out there, a single-digit percentage of men that will not vote for a woman regardless? Yes, that's always going to exist. That's never going to be 0%. But the reality is this was a failed administration with her as the number 2. And as we got to know the little bit that we do about her, you then realize she's further left than Joe. And on top of it, I believe there are a lot of Latino men that are relatively conservative. So you're just not going to vote as a conservative Latino for a progressive female. There's just no chance. And Trump has done a great job across the country. And I don't think that really has anything to do with Kamala Harris's gender or race. Like I keep reciting Stephen A. Smith when he went off on everybody in the black community for saying it was misogyny. And he said, is it possible that maybe it's policy? And you look at the policy, and to be honest, the policy doesn't resonate with the masses. It just hasn't. And it hasn't resulted in results in the country.
I mean, there's no question. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that the Hispanic community, the Latino community, is a more conservative community.
Right.
They're very religious. So it's not shocking to me that a majority of them, or at least a majority of males, went for Trump because he's the more conservative candidate. I don't think. I mean, that's a pretty well-known fact. I don't understand why they're all of a sudden so shocked by this.
Yeah, to me, it's perplexing that you would vote for somebody solely on their gender or solely because of their race.
But
if they're terrible, they're terrible.
But I think what this guy, and he's not a pollster, he's not an expert. Okay,
he's a radio host.
Right, he's a radio host. So he should do his homework, because if you look at what all of the experts are saying and what everybody missed was, think about the jobs report. First of all, the jobs report that they lied to us, and then oops, we got it wrong
multiple times.
And, right, and then but then importantly, what was it about that jobs report that we had lost more than 1 million jobs, and any job growth we had about 500,000 part-time jobs? What does that tell us? What did Trump resonate with? His campaign and the GOP welcoming in working class voters. People, I can't tell you, I was at a gathering within the past, 2 gatherings within the past 2 weeks, so many individuals saying, I had lost during the pandemic or right after the pandemic, lost my full-time job. I'm working per diem and I have all these part-time gigs. I'm looking for full-time work. Nobody really talked about that. So when he talked about the economy and immigration, what everybody missed within there is that, in fact, all the pollsters, all these experts looking at all of this say that when you talk about the mass immigration, what does it do? It presents difficulties for those already in the United States here looking for jobs. The other thing I'll say is not only the Latino or Hispanic vote, but Asians. When you look at the number of Asian voters, that jumped way up as well. So but Trump dropped a few percentage points when it comes to white wealthier people or white people in the burbs. He actually dropped 3 percentage points.
Yeah.
So I just find it, I think what the truth is, it's not about people's ethnicity. It's about people who are looking for full-time employment rather than part-time work.
They really need to drop the identity politics nonsense. Re-examine their policies and find the right candidates with the right message. Stop obsessing over all these little intangibles of who you sleep with, what your pronouns are. Nobody cares anymore.
So to Dawn's point, and Nick, what you're saying too, you guys may be shocked about this, but you might agree with sleepy-eyed Chuck Todd, because he said something that I think is to both of your points. This is cut 2, Phil. Go.
Look, this is a miss, because this looks exactly the way Iowa looked 4 years ago. We're in margin of error range there. So, look, she'd found something
this
with
is the pollster that we're talking about, yeah.
Independent women looking like they were choosing. And certainly we've seen some evidence of it in national polls, a point or two here or there. And look, I've seen it throughout the Midwest, but it's a point here or a point there. I don't know if it's enough to make up for the loss of voters of color that have cleared. I mean, that continues to me to be the big story of the night, is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters are swing voters, and I think, what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as an identity group. Whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat. And so there's been a lot of hand-wringing about this inside Democratic circles, a real split, it was a total misread sort of by the coastal strategists when it comes to how to target working class voters of color.
Yep, all these white, wealthy, coastal elitists that live with, like, you know, this white guilt on their conscience, and then they say, and I don't know who advised Kamala Harris to do the altering of the accent. What was it? One of our callers, code breaking, code speaking,
Code switching. Yeah.
code switching. It's just my view. If I was in these groups where I know she doesn't talk like that normally, and then she talks like that in front of me, I would find it insulting. You got to drop that, okay? It doesn't work. It didn't materialize. It's a laughable thing to do. I moved to the South. I was in Nashville for 4.5 years. I never once tried to, alter my speech or start saying y'all. They would have looked at me like, look at the Yankee trying to fit in. The whole bit. Like, I was just myself, and it worked. And if you can just be yourself and be authentic, that can be good enough if you have the endearing qualities. But I don't even know that she has the endearing qualities, right?
I just think I think the bottom line is she did not attract people right now in this tough economy who wanted full-time jobs. Asian voters voted for Trump by 38%, according to all these stats that I'm looking at here. And his numbers in 2016 were 9%. He got 38% of the vote from Asian voters. That really pops up to me. And by the way, that is the very same number that departed the Democrats Party. Okay? So you have Asian voters who, maybe because of their values, quality of life issues, but I think it's about jobs, went for Trump. Yeah, 38%. That's amazing.
That is. Yes, indeed.
So Kamala Harris yesterday gave her concession speech at Howard University. We played a little bit of that. I'm going to play a little bit more here. She said that she's proud of the race that they ran. I guess you kind of have to say that, don't you?
Yeah.
To make the
I'm ashamed.
To make the
We
volunteers,
suck.
to make the volunteers and all the donors that spent $1 billion on your campaign feel better. This is cut 5. Go.
Look, I am so proud of the race we ran and the way we ran it. Over the 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future.
The entire concept of her campaign, by the way, 107 days, she could have had 207 days. It would not have mattered. You can't sit there and say,
I'm sorry. Did you notice that she said that, though? That's very interesting to me. She said, over the 107 days.
Her ego probably says, if I had a full run, I could have done better.
Bing, 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 bing.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yep.
Which she wouldn't, because you could give her 207 lifetimes, and she's, again, 5 years ago, she tapped out. She tapped out before before she even got a vote in Iowa. She never made it to Iowa in the primaries 5 years ago. But the truth is, you did not try to unite the country because you're sitting there chastising 74 million plus people, calling them Hitler and Nazis. This whole facade of, we ran a campaign for everybody. No, you didn't. You ran a campaign for, at best, 50% of the country. So that's a joke. And as far as the joy and the hope and those words that she's uttering again, like, I really don't know where they're getting that from, because there's a lot of people that don't have any joy or hope right now because they don't have any money, right? Life sucks. Life is awful when you're broke. You can't do much with no money, right? Yeah. And if you've worked in radio, you know that. When you got no money, you can't go golf, you can't go out to the bar, you can't do anything. I've never met many broke people that are happy, and if you are, God bless you, because you have the key to life. You know what true joy is, but most of us need money to be happy.
Cut 6, Phil. Keep going with this.
Now I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power.
Okay, so she's going to help Donald Trump with probably the only transition I'll ever get behind, and that is the switching of power and party on January 20th. So that's very nice of her to take the classy way out, and I believe Joe will probably say the same thing today. I think, Dawn, he will be coming on at around 11 o'clock is what I've seen on the scroll
11.
as when he's expected to speak.
Which means maybe it'll be by noon. In my experience.
You might be able to break in live for a little bit. You never know.
A little bit more, Phil. Cut 7, go.
A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States.
That old pesky First and Second Amendment that you despise, eh?
And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.
Okay, so you do not concede Trump derangement syndrome, Hitler, Nazis, and Roe v. Wade, because that's what your campaign was about. And by the way, very interesting that she takes the route of chastising Trump from 4 years ago, because the scoreboard's read entirely differently. 4 years ago, Donald Trump lost by 40-some thousand votes. With all due respect, lady, you got smoked by 5 million. So there's really nothing to contest and fight, right?
When the 40-some thousand votes was one state. I think it was Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
She didn't lose by 5 million in Pennsylvania.
Oh, no. But she lost a popular vote.
Yes.
Right.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Not officially yet.
Not officially, but I don't really see 5 million coming in her favor.
You don't think?
From Nevada and Arizona. It's just a hunch, but but it's like in the football game on Sunday. If the Eagles roll into Jerry's Palace and they beat the Cowboys 44-7, I don't think Jerry Jones can really contest the outcome.
But just going back, one more stat I want to give to you, because I really think it's about work, jobs, working class demographics, and Trump's message of peace, prosperity, and obviously making border security a priority. Working class voters. In 2016, he had 41% of the vote in 2016. In 2020, he had 44%. This is Pew Research Center. And working class voters this time around in this week's election, 50%. That's up at least 9 points toward Trump from 2016. I really think that what everybody misses the mark when they're looking at, what about Hispanics? What about women? What about this age group? I think it's about people who want jobs, who want full-time jobs, not just part-time jobs.
Yeah.
Do you are you guys seeing any vote totals so far as how many people actually voted? Because I've seen some statistics that it's not as many as 2020.
Correct. I believe it's
he didn't get as many votes. Like I'm hearing it's around he got 74 million and 80.
I've got him right here.
Okay.
He's got 72,641,564. So 72.6. So he's down about 1.4 million
from 2020.
From 2020. She is at 67,957,895. So she's at 67.9, which is about 12 to 13 million below what Joe apparently got in 2020.
This is a little bit of a sore topic, I think, with a lot of people, because it's amazing how you look at, voters and everything on all the graphs, and then you look at 2020, and it's
I saw
so
a lot of people
strange,
tweeting that. They're all wondering where those 14 million votes went.
Where maybe a lot of people left the country. I don't know.
I'm off then. I had said so. If the numbers were correct and they were 81 and 74, that's 155. 72 and 68, 0 carry. It's 140. I'm wrong. I've been pretty much wrong on everything, which is why I did not make an official prediction on who would win, because I didn't know. So I thought I did say Trump was going to be above 74 million this time around, and I said that she would be less than Joe. So I got that part right, but I was off on the Trump side. I wonder how many he'll get in 2028. He's not allowed to run again. Say that to somebody that doesn't like Trump and their head will explode.
So 150 million in 2020?
155.
Compared to how many?
140. That's 15 million. Trump's down about $1 million and change, and they're down, the Democrat Party, 13 million.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And on that note, as far as election goes as well, TV ratings are out, and it looks like the election averaged 42 million viewers across 18 cable and broadcast networks from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, which is a 26% decline from 4 years ago.
Well, again, people, we've been talking about breadcrumbs, cultural touch points, breadcrumbs all morning. If you look at that number, you can't say it's not because more people weren't really interested in it, because I do think that especially at the end, there were a lot of people interested in it.
Sure.
It just, those ratings and all the ratings we've been talking about for everything have been declining, except sports.
Yeah.
Over the years. That just means that more people are just getting information on their phone, and they're not watching TV.
How much do you factor in, because I see these numbers, it went from 56.9 million 4 years ago to 42 million this year. How much of that is pandemic related from the standpoint you kind of had to stay in your house when either businesses were closed or they were operating at 20 or 25% capacity, and you were maybe more relegated to your cable and your television 4 years ago? Because remember, this was pre-vaccine shots, right?
Yeah.
The vaccine didn't roll out until, for the most severely potentially impacted, until the holidays of 2020. So we're talking November 2020. We're living in the pandemic with, quote, no medicine to take, so to speak. And I'm wondering, how that factored into people staying home and watching on their television versus going out somewhere.
Yeah.
Or just not even, maybe it's still the double hater fatigue and the exhaustion of, I'm going to cast my vote, I'm going to go to the ballots, and then I'm done thinking about it.
One of my neighbors has a sign that says neither 2024. So
wow, I haven't ever seen one of those.
Yeah.
So I just added up these numbers with the latest, and what I get here is 140,654,149.
Yep.
Is that what you got?
Yep. I didn't do the specifics, but I got 140.
I always want to check it.
Yep.
So it's 140,654.
Check your work, folks, before you submit your test.
I never trust any of these numbers, so I just wanted to look at that.
Yep.
But remember, they're still tallying, right? That's 97, 98-ish.
Yes.
Depending on which graph you look at.
I have the foxnews.com/election tracker. They still have Nevada and Arizona in white. Although the Electoral College, they're giving Trump 312. So I think they've added the electoral votes to Trump, but they haven't tabulated the popular numbers.
Yeah, because Fox is, it's depending on who you look at, whether it's the other news or even BBC, depending on who you look at, they have Trump at 294. She's at 223.
Okay.
So I think that everybody has their different standard, I guess, for when they're going to call it, which is, that's a whole other story.
Yeah.
According to NBC, that before the concession speech yesterday, Kamala Harris actually didn't have a concession speech made up, which showed you the confidence in their campaign.
Boy, the arrogance. Even Bob Brady is pissed off right now.
Yeah, I'm going to play Bob Brady again because I think it's worth playing. But let's start here with cut 3, Phil. Cut 3, go.
Hi there, Lester. Well, as we await the Vice President's remarks right behind me, we can tell you that this is the first time that we will see her publicly since yesterday afternoon when she was at DNC headquarters at a phone bank. But I was here yesterday, Lester, and I can tell you the mood here very different than it was yesterday, at least earlier in the night. We saw just such a deflated crowd here as the returns started to come in. Now, we can tell you that the vice president was at her residence throughout the day and that she was working on her speech. Interestingly, a Biden aide tells me that she really didn't have this type of concession speech fully ready. She had expected instead to have a type of speech where she would tell her supporters to hold on because her campaign really expected this election results process to drag on for several days. But we understand that she did talk to former President Trump earlier today. She talked to him about the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and also the importance for him to be a president for all people, for all Americans. Now, also, President Biden also called former President Trump. We're told that he invited the former president, now president-elect, to the White House, but we're still awaiting details on that, on when that might happen. The staff is still working it out right now. Lester, I can tell you there's some cheering behind me. Again, any moment now, Vice President Harris is expected to come out here and deliver her remarks. As you said, very significant location, her alma mater. This is also the place where she announced her bid for president back in 2019. And she has also told interviewers that this location was very meaningful to her because it was the first time she ever ran for elected office when she was a freshman here at Howard University, and she ran for a representative here at the university. But again, we're waiting for those remarks, Lester, after a very disappointing day for Democrats.
All right, Gabe. Same location, same results. 5 years later, rejected. I was just curious at Howard University. Did they have TLC perform or Destiny's Child? What was the musical act, right? That's the big part of the Kamala concert series, right? You got to have the musicians performing. So, yeah, I would expect it to be very somber. But boy, that is very arrogant to not. I mean, I was legitimately, God's honest truth.
I mean, at least she gave a concession speech.
Huh?
Nothing.
I was actually thinking of having a big take for both outcomes yesterday.
I was waiting for 2020s.
You'd be waiting for a long time for that one, sir. I was thinking of having a big take in my head. I mean, there were some things that I had because to me, the results should not be surprising other than the fact that I guess that Trump won the popular, which almost never happens for Republicans. I mean, if I was going to do a big take yesterday in defeat, I mean, we know what the reasons would be, right? It would be Roe v. Wade. We would have to bring up January 6th. Speaking of that, isn't it fascinating that for 4 years, the mainstream media never allowed you to forget about January 6th? And yet that didn't factor in to the election. Well, maybe it did in a losing effort for Democrat voters. But, you know, they moved on from 9/11 quicker than they did January 6th. And Politico wrote a story about how Trump was deemed unelectable after what transpired in 2020. And here it is. Just goes to show you, if you're awful, you ain't getting in.
Let's go to some of the late night reactions, shall we?
Yeah, what did Colbert have?
I'm sure people are
Fallon.
excited to hear that. Yeah, we have Colbert, Fallon. Whoopi Goldberg was on Fallon.
So Whoopster didn't get enough work in on The View?
And actually, no. Sorry. I said I would play Bob Brady. Let's stick with this.
Yeah, this is actually great if you missed this earlier.
And let's play Philadelphia Democratic Chairman Bob Brady. This audio and video is courtesy of NBC 10 about slamming the Harris campaign after loss. This is something. Go, Phil.
I would have liked to have seen the Harris campaign, especially the national campaign, coordinate with us a little bit, talk to us a little bit, give us a little bit more resources, show us some respect. Didn't happen. They were just elitists and went out there, did their own thing, and didn't include Democratic City Committee or wardens or committee people. They just didn't do it.
Turnout in the Democrat-rich city can help Democrats win statewide. But this year, numbers as of mid-afternoon showed Philadelphia has not turned out as many votes for Kamala Harris as it did Joe Biden 4 years ago, while Donald Trump boosted his votes.
So you know Philadelphia, and you know what needs to be done here. If you're not getting what you think you need from them, why not just do it on your own? It's your city.
We did it on our own. That's why we got the numbers we got, regardless of what they did.
But it didn't work.
Well, it worked in the city of Philadelphia. We pulled out the margins. We did as much as we can.
Turnout, according to the latest tally, sits around 63%, under the 2020 threshold.
Some people in Philadelphia, some voters, just decided they weren't going to vote, weren't going to participate. How do you explain that?
Talk to her about that. She's the one.
You don't feel like Democrats in the city who live here take any responsibility for that?
I don't think that the Democrats that live in the city related to her, and I don't know why. I don't know whether there was a elitist factor out there. I don't know why she didn't talk to them. I don't know.
Brady, a longtime friend of President Joe Biden, is also still unhappy with how the switch from Biden to Harris on the top of the ticket happened.
And I'm really not that happy the way they took him off.
Biden announced his decision to leave the race this summer after a roundly criticized debate performance.
For one bad debate, hey, Obama had a bad debate. Fetterman had a horrible debate. Give him and he did public appearances after that, and he was fine.
Wow.
The only difference is Obama can rebound because he's not at the point where he should be, I don't know, in an elderly facility. Like Joe is what he is because of his age. It wasn't, it's not like Joe was going to have a bounce back moment, but
maybe he would have, though. Bob Brady he's somebody who is wise, and listen to the way he speaks. We made our margins. If you look at all of the data that they're putting out now, and all these researchers, and this is what they do, this is their wheelhouse, what they're saying is, with the exception of those white voters where she did make that huge gain, and what did I say, 9-point gain, but other than that, she missed every margin. And so you look at the city of Philadelphia, I'm sure there are pockets where she obviously did quite well, but I think what he's speaking about is the working class, the union member. I don't think she got the union vote, the working person vote, and any of the well, we know that she didn't get the Hispanic vote, the African American vote in the ways that they wanted, that they set those expectations for her.
Even in the counties she won, Montgomery County, Delco, Chester, the margins weren't the same as they were in 2020. Like she lost ground in both counties. Yep. So also I want to say this about Bob Brady to piggyback off what Dawn's saying. Bob Brady, Dawn, you would say, and Joe Biden are from the same cut from the same cloth.
Yes.
And they're the same ilk, like
old school.
They're probably good friends, right?
Yep.
Would you agree with me that Bob Brady is actually speaking for Joe Biden?
Ooh,
meaning
like Clooney speaks for Obama.
Meaning this is what Joe Biden wants to say but can't, and Bob Brady is saying it.
That they didn't show him the respect.
Yes.
I do think that, and I think if I'm friends with somebody and they act disrespectful to, in other words, to Joe Biden, I think, my read on, for example, Jill Biden wearing a bright red pantsuit, which by the way is not even her. I've never seen her wear bright red like that. I know this is a woman thing, but I swear to God, she wore that for a reason.
She voted for Trump.
You know what I mean? And so, do the Bidens feel disrespected? Do I think that Democrats in general, Nancy Pelosi and all of them, disrespected Joe Biden? I do. I mean, that, not for nothing, but you should show the respect. Yep. They didn't respect, but they also, to your point about arrogance, they were the Harris people, and by the way, they had the Joe Biden people then added their own, but they were disrespectful. But I will say this, Greg, to your question, Bob Brady is somebody who delivers. Mm-hmm. And so as a point of pride, I think that he and his team did everything within their power and within their monetary ability to get out the vote. I just think they felt like it was an uphill battle, and obviously they were asking for resources, and they got nothing.
I just got a text from one of our contributors that would like to be left unnamed on this specific text, and he says, "I'm sorry, but Brady is a sore loser, and he failed, not Harris."
Wow, interesting.
Yeah. And it's interesting he uses words like coordination, resources, respect, and elitists. And then when you think about it, I mean, her closing statement came Monday night right here in the city of Philadelphia. She was here countless times over 3.5 years, and a lot of time down the stretch, yes, she did the thing at the Leah Chorus Center. And the fact that you don't tap into more of those resources, especially when you were trying to pull off the historical significance of what Sherelle Parker did. Sherelle Parker becoming the first female African-American mayor in Philadelphia history. And Kamala Harris is trying to do that on the national stage, and you don't do everything you can apparently to, help out the people on the ground. That's staggering to me.
Let's go to the late night reaction, shall we? Let's start with, because remember, they were all off because of the election on Tuesday night, but so their first crack at it for the Colberts, the Fallons, and the Jimmy Kimmels was last night. Let's start with Colbert. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
How are you doing?
Good.
If you watch the show regularly, I'm guessing you're not doing great.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Yeah, me neither.
Can you stop this for a second?
Today?
This is how he started his comedy show?
Oh, what a low energy hack.
Oh, this is so funny.
Man, Colbert. Is he going to bring out his wife to give us a lecture on abortion again?
That's the other one. That's Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, it was good. That's right.
Getting your non-funny people confused there.
There's a lot of them going. I lose track of them.
I mean, I get it. Okay, the election didn't go your way. Okay, but let's get back to work.
Yeah.
Don't they pay you to people
right?
Have people stay up after as they're trying to fight sleep?
Get back to doing what you think is a well-balanced, funny show, even though I don't think it's funny. And, with Trump being elected, there's going to be plenty of days where we're going to talk about what the media said, what they accused Trump of. But if you think I'm going to sit here for the next 4 years, and folks, I anticipate being here for well beyond 4 years, I'm not just going to sit here for the next 4 years and be like, yeah, Trump said this, I agree. Let's keep moving along. We're going to do a well-rounded show. We're going to talk about other things beyond just Donald Trump every single day, right? This notion that these people, and by the way, the Colberts of the world, the Jimmy Fallons of the world, it don't matter who the hell the president is. You make $20 million a year, you're above it all. You're not impacted by inflation. These people that are so overinvested, whether it's an act or it's real, is actually just, honestly, it's cringe. It's disturbing. Dude, go ride your yacht. Smile, have a cocktail.
Have a Fresca.
Yeah, there's going to be another election in 4 years. I know sometimes you try to tell your audience that this might be the last election ever. He's not going to leave. He's going to pass the baton off to Barron. Stop.
Barron would be eligible. It'd be Don Jr.
Mm-hmm.
All of them.
Or Ivanka. Who, by the way, was at the election.
She was there. She was on stage with Dad.
Interesting. Keep going.
Some people said to me, sorry you have to do a show tonight, which is nice of them to say, but I don't have to do a show. I get to do a show tonight.
Oh, boy.
I'm so grateful to be with all of these talented people. Those people over here, those people that you'll never see, with the audience and the Ed Sullivan, with you people at home.
You people.
Because, especially at times like this,
God, he
what
speaks
do we
down to
most
people.
want to be?
Can you stop it for a second?
Not alone.
I don't have to be here. Okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. You don't.
First of all, they obviously instructed the crowd not to cheer, not to do anything.
Yeah, no applause.
No applause, because it's so this is him. This is him just. I don't understand it. I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't understand this whole notion of do what brung you to the dance, right? Just be funny.
Right.
I don't know. Talk about
I mean,
fine. Make Trump jokes. Great. I have no problem with that.
Was he funny pre-Trump era? I mean, I don't know. I've never really watched his show. I mean, I've watched.
Was he ever funny?
Yeah. I mean, I've watched bits and pieces of Fallon. Of the current cycle right now, who do we have? I've seen bits and pieces of Kimmel. I honest to God, the only time I've ever consumed Colbert is on the cut sheet. Same thing with Seth Meyers, because he's like, what is he at? 1:35 in the morning?
12:30.
12. Yeah. I mean, I'm in a coma at that point.
All right, keep going.
So thanks for being here. We're going to do a comedy show. It's a comedy show. We're going to do some jokes in just a minute.
But first,
because that's what we do.
Yeah, nice Apple
and I'll
Watch,
let you
by
in
the
on
way.
a little secret. No one gets into this business because everything in their life worked out great. So we're built for rough roads. You guys ready? Are we cool? Okay. We're going to start the show now. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lewis. We usually start with a cold open.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Do we have one?
Yeah.
We do? Great. Jim?
Boy.
America's allies.
What did he?
And its enemies bracing for a second Trump presidency.
What-
It's an election millions around.
Or is that supposed to play? What is that?
What the heck?
Even though they
Oh, it's a continuation of CBS.
NATO will be greatly diminished. I think our European allies will be very, very nervous.
I think leaders are bracing for what another Trump term could mean.
And now the world reacts to America's decision.
Smash the hockey stick.
I'll be in my bedroom, making no noise and pretending that I don't exist.
Potter. Oh, that's racist. They use Super Mario for Italy. Japan. Guy getting hit in the testicles. I love those videos, by the way. All right, we got Russia. Yeah, boy, what a boy! If you don't get it live on CBS, you can stream it on Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus. You know, the whole cold open thing. It's just so bad. Like I don't know. Do you have to pay? I guess this is a valid question. Do they give away tickets for Colbert, or do you have to pay for those?
No. You don't have to pay for them. You get.
I knew SNL was like a waiting list.
Yeah, SNL is a waiting list that's like years.
Yeah,
by the way,
right.
They're like season tickets for some sports teams.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I think if you're, they have a, I don't know how many people are in that studio, like 200 maybe, and yeah, they give away tickets to people who are usually it's like tourists who go and visit the city.
By the way, I got to rip Colbert and anybody that wears a suit and then also wears like an Apple Watch. When you're wearing like a suit or dress attire, wear a classy watch.
Stop.
Whether it's a brown leather band, a gold watch, a platinum, silver. You can't wear like the workout watch in. But I'm also the same guy, so take it for what it's worth. I don't understand the sneaker look with the suit. I don't get that, right? Like if you're wearing a suit, wear the dress shoes. No, it's not an old man thing. It doesn't match. It's not coordinated. It's bad. He's wearing a nice suit there, and he's got a red and black Apple Watch like he's at LA Fitness on a treadmill. No.
By the way, Kamala Harris coming up in 10 minutes.
Can't wait to chat with her.
For her real concession speech.
I will ask her the tough questions that nobody in the media will.
You will. Yeah, EKZ, Nick, fashion tips, really? Yeah, exactly.
Hey, when I decide to dress up, I am fashionable. Just because I Fetterman it on the radio because I get up at the ass crack of dawn does not mean I don't have good fashion.
Not my crack. Sorry, that's like
no, it's Hunter Biden's crack.
Joke.
By the way, anybody ever find out whose crack that was?
Cocaine, please.
That should be Trump's first act.
Yeah.
Whose cocaine was in that cubby on July 4th, 2023? That's what America wants to know.
All right, the whoopster was on Jimmy Fallon, who was also very dour, very upset. Let's play that, Phil.
Always the best. Thank you for doing this.
I try.
Yeah, obviously, on everyone's mind, everyone's talking about the election. I just figured if there's anything left to be said that you didn't say this morning.
No, I think we all get it. It happened. Some of us it went our way, some of us it didn't. This is the nature of an election.
The end.
This is what happens.
That's how these things
You don't
work.
always like what you get.
Right.
But when you don't like it enough, you can get out there and protest. That's the beauty of America. So it happened.
Right. I got to see you this summer.
Yes, you did.
And
right.
it was,
He's like, enough of that.
It's just amazing, though. What is there to protest? I mean, it was a rout. It was a blowout. She got worked. There's nothing to contest. There's nothing to contend. And it happened with the Republican in a rout, winning the popular vote, getting to 312 electoral college votes, the first time a Republican has done so since 1988. I mean, the last time that happened, Whoopi Goldberg was filming Ghost with Patrick Swayze. What are you going to protest? What they should protest, if they're going to protest, is the fact that they subverted democracy. The people that voted for Joe in the primary, the 14 million, who said, you know what, I'd like to see Joe in there for another 4 years. Now, I don't know personally why they would, but that's what they wanted. Those people should go out and protest because they basically said my vote doesn't count.
Yeah.
That's what the protest should be about.
All right, one more, and then we'll get to the Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, I don't even.
The
wanna
end?
say- I don't even want to set this up. Just play
I'm
it.
trying to figure out what happened. Hey, be honest. Last week, did you guys send that monologue to a Republican like I asked you to? Those of you who are hate watching this show right now, wanting to watch me suffer, you will be happy to know that there was no joy in Mudville last night. I was all over the place. 1 minute, I'm watching these long lines in every city, and I think, oh, that's beautiful, democracy in action. Next minute, there's a reporter chatting with some bro at Arizona State who said he voted for Trump because Kamala didn't go on Joe Rogan's podcast. And I'm like, where did I leave my passport? My kids were very upset. Every once in a while when something bad happens, we let our kids curse for 30 seconds. We tell them they have 30 seconds to say any word they want, and all the words they choose are curses. So at breakfast this morning, my wife tells our daughter, Jane, who's upset, she said, you can do it. And just as she starts the cursing, our 7-year-old Billy comes down the stairs. He's wearing a black Adidas tracksuit and high tops and a pair of Ray-Bans. He looks like the fourth member of Run DMC. And he just hears the tail end. He says, what's going on? And my wife says, well, Donald Trump won. And he goes,
All
right, well, at least
why
he
does
did
your
it.
7-year-old know who Donald Trump is?
Well, my daughters.
Honestly.
My daughters knew of Trump at 6. I remember this was during the pandemic.
Is it what your mother-in-law said?
Well, it could be from her, or it could be from the teachers. I remember them coming home from school, and they said, "Is Donald Duck going to win the re-election?" And I just looked at my wife, because I know I wasn't, especially in 2020, I was not talking about politics in my house. So I believe they got it from probably some liberal teachers.
I don't know. I think we keep kids as shielded from this crap
Agreed.
for as long as we possibly can.
Agreed.
Honestly.
Agreed. I love when my daughter comes down the steps, though. Daddy, did Kamala win?
That's cute.
We had my wife and I had a discussion because she was 8 years old, 9 years old when Bush and Clinton and the '92 election, and she said she remembers having like a mock debate in school, and you had to vote for the president. I was like,
Seems too young for me.
That was pretty young for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I don't remember. I don't remember knowing a lot of that when
Feels
I was
like
that age.
I don't know, like a 7th or 8th grade type thing where that stuff maybe starts.
Yeah.
Like junior high, middle schoolish.
Yeah, when you start, I mean, do they even teach civics anymore? I mean,
civics.
It should start in civics class. All right, we got a break.
All right. Coming up next from Howard University to Talk Radio 1210, Kamala's concession. I got my daughter.
Kamala's concession.
Kamala. Now you got yourself.
See what you did, Olivia? You got Daddy saying Kamala. Kamala's concession tour continues in a city that apparently she did not respect, did not coordinate with, did not use resources, and she was coming off as an elitist to the Bob. By the way, if Bob Brady, if you're listening, your girl's coming up next.
Uh-oh.
It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this. But first, a word from my friends at DuckDuckGo. Maybe right now you're trying to search about Dave McCormick and the election here in Pennsylvania. Can I suggest using DuckDuckGo instead of Google? And that's why we are so proud to work with DuckDuckGo again, because they give you the results you're looking for with no suppression, no spying, no scams, and they're taking online privacy and security to the next level with Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. I just subscribed to it 2 weeks ago, and I hope you do the same as well. It's a 3-in-1 privacy service, and it's going to give you a secure VPN anytime, anywhere. Also, they provide you identity theft restoration. So if your identity is stolen, they're going to restore everything for you and help you through the process. I don't want anybody stealing my information or my identity. And also the personal information removal credit card numbers, address, you name it. Take advantage of this special offer now, exclusively for our listeners. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210. You get a free 7-day trial offer. And then after that, just $9.99 a month. It's the best $10 you'll spend a month. Do it today. Thank us later. duckduckgo.com/1210.
What is it? Week 10 starts the NFL tomorrow night? No, it's tonight. It's tonight.
Bengals tonight. Bengals Ravens.
Thursday, right? Tonight's Thursday. Thank you. Week 10. Bengals at Ravens. Let's look at by the way, this is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. In case you didn't know, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So let's look at tonight's game. Let's try this 3-leg same game parlay. Derrick Henry on the over for rushing yards. Joe Burrow, I'm going to go under for the 1.5 passing touchdowns. And Deontay Johnson on the over for receiving yards. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. Week 10 tonight. Bengals and Ravens. What else are you doing? Come on. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over. President PA. First online. Real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus to shoot as non-withdrawable. Bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Wawa's hot turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because hot turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 8 o'clock hour, rolling on. Brought to you by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners, they count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. As we welcome in right now the current Vice President of the United States and a lady who came up big time. Oh, no, she didn't. I'm just kidding, folks. She got all of 226 votes in the Electoral College. Kamala Harris is with us here on Kayal and Company. Kamala, good morning. How are you, dear?
What are you so happy about? I don't understand.
Because I voted against you.
Yeah, figures. Well, certainly isn't a fine morning, like Nancy would say, is it?
No, it's not. But I do give you credit for coming behind enemy lines in defeat and facing the music. So let's start with this right off the top, dear. How stunned are you by losing in the fashion you did? Because I've heard reports that you didn't even have a concession speech written up entering yesterday at Howard University.
You know, Toe, I gotta tell you, I'm pretty stunned. I'm pretty stunned. Look, we've raised $1 billion. All right, I've never even seen that much money up close. You know, the fact that we were able to raise that money, all right, and the people didn't listen to Beyonce. You know, they didn't listen to Usher. They didn't listen to Cardi B. In fact, you know, the black community is listening. Let me ask y'all something. Who would have been better for y'all? Because I'm trying to sort this out. I can't even understand how you can sit there at a rally, get a free Megan Thee Stallion concert, have her booty, you know, shaking and everything. I paid for all of it. So, you know, I don't know where I went wrong. This is definitely something that we need to discuss. I don't think that the American people understand the mistake that they just made. And, you know, I got to tell you, Toe, I'm pretty stunned. And like you said, you know, I didn't have a speech ready. Hillary told me that we got it in the bag. You know, Obama looked worried from day one. He never, you know, he never believed in me. You know, we can speak openly now. He never believed in me. He thought that he should let Big Mike run. But you know, I just don't understand. You know, was it the collard greens? I can't make sense of it. I don't know what happened, where we went wrong. You know, I was furious. Hillary was mad in 2016. She threw a chair out the window. I threw Hillary out the window. This was embarrassing. She's fine, by the way. Nothing keeps that woman down. She fell on Bill's cigar stash. You know, she's all right. A few bumps and bruises, but yeah, I'm still in a bad mood.
Understandable. Do you believe America rejected you because we are a racist and sexist country?
I believe in my country. I don't think that that's what happened. I think Joe Biden sabotaged me. Uh-oh. You know, I don't know if it was retribution for all the times I didn't put the diaper cream on. I don't know if it was because we didn't let him run. I mean, he wouldn't have won. If I didn't win, he wouldn't have won. And I firmly believe that. But, you know, I think that calling people garbage, it was just a nail in the coffin. You know, and look, I know I told people that they were at the wrong rally because, you know, someone said Christ is king or whatever, but I thought he was all forgiving, huh? I thought he was all forgiving. What happened? Christ loves everyone. I didn't think that it was going to be a big deal. I'm just, you know, I'm furious. It's not funny.
At least you can laugh it off, though, dear. So Kamala Harris is joining us, and I wanted to ask you about this. Do you now realize that Tim Walz, your husband, Doug Emhoff, as well as white dudes for Harris are really not the definition of masculinity?
Look, Tim and Doug are both fine women. All right. They're both really, really great. But, you know, I gotta say, he really messed up with the horses. He really messed it up with the horses. I mean, this isn't my fault. Toe, you got to understand, like, this is Beyonce's fault, Cardi B's fault, Usher's fault, Joe Biden's fault, Jill's fault, Barack's fault, you know, Tim and Dougie. I did everything I was supposed to do. I followed their playbook. So, I don't understand what both these women want from me. Doug, I couldn't get him to convince Ella to take one shower. Not one. Not for any of the, it was just nobody wanted to play ball. Nobody wanted to play ball. I don't understand this obsession people have with Donald Trump or this love they have for him and his people. No matter what that man does, these people stood by him. And quite frankly, I'm a little jealous. I never had that loyalty. I never had that respect. And we can damn sure agree on that, me and you both. That is not the definition of masculinity. I'm going to go back in my timeline and think about Willie Brown and see what I could have done different.
Speaking of that, I was just going to ask you, your days are numbered here as the vice president. What will you do once you officially become unemployed on January 20th?
Look, it's not over till the fat lady sings. All right. I'm trying to work on a contingency plan here, but it's just been a very overwhelming couple of days. I just want to drink. I just want to relax a little bit. I haven't worked this hard ever, in all my collective years of being attorney general, when I was pretending to work, and all my years of being a prosecutor. I never worked this hard. I mean, I was only getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep a night. That's that was uncalled for. But, Toe, I was thinking, maybe you can get me a job.
Oh.
We get along. Maybe we could run the radio or something. What do you think about that?
We'll look into that.
Dawn, she's trying to take your job.
She's trying to become the news anchor on the show. It's unbelievable.
Why would you assume that a woman would take a woman's job? Maybe she's going to take one of y'all's jobs.
Yeah.
Kamala and Company.
Sorry.
I like that. I like the sound of that.
Company. That'd be amazing.
You should consider it.
Okay.
And if, you should consider it.
We'll have a meeting in the conference room at 10:05.
Okay.
Last one for you, because I know you have a lot of other interviews that you're going to do. Because
I have no interviews. I don't understand what's going on.
Oh, it's very interesting.
I'd like to have more interviews now that I'm up for it. Nobody wants one.
Yeah.
Nobody wants one. So you know what?
Yeah.
I'm
up for it. Nobody wants one.
We've seen Hillary carry the burden of losing to Donald Trump every day for the last 8+ years. So the question for you is, as we let you out the door here and, you become unemployed and God knows what you're going to do for the rest of your time on Earth.
Settle down.
Yeah.
So, you're putting salt on the wound now.
Right. That's what we do here. How do you remain unburdened by what has been for the rest of your life?
I'm not sure yet. I got to say, I feel pretty burdened right now. I am angry at America. And the worst part about this is I convinced some of these people that they're in big trouble. So, I got people calling me, texting me, the ones that actually believed in everything that I was preaching. They think their rights are taken away. It's kind of funny when you think about it. I have women have a nervous breakdown sending me the bills for their therapists. So, I'm looking into a condo in the Maldives. That's where the 20 million went missing from my campaign. Don't tell anyone. But, I'm just looking into early retirement at this point. I want to get some treatment for my neck.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Donald Trump called me the Gizzard of Oz. I got very sensitive about that recently. And, I'm just going to take a vacation. I came out of nowhere before. I can go back into the abyss now.
Kamala Harris, a.k.a. our gal, Esty. Great job, as always. Thank you so much for the time, Esty. I got to wrap it up, but I just want to thank you for all the times you've joined the show. We'll continue consuming you on Twitter at MommyRN88, and certainly we will talk with you down the road again, maybe before Trump takes over the White House on January 20th.
Absolutely. Would love that.
All right, there she is. Esty, take care. Great work as always, cracking us up. And our buddy Sean Farish, a.k.a. Donald Trump, normally joins us tomorrow at 8:30. He's got to travel for a wedding, but he will be, and it's not his wedding, by the way. He's got another wedding to attend. And he'll join us coming up on Monday morning at 8:30. We're back after this with a man who looks like he's on the line and he wants to pay off his losing bet.
What?
Yes. He's related to Chris Matthews, in case he never told you before. It's Kayal and Company, 4th hour next.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and so much more. These models have sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all the fatherhoods first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out.
I'm so stressed from shopping. I couldn't find anything.
Have you tried shopping jewelry television? JTV?
I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different.
JTV has thousands of jewelry styles, artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
Hey, it's Rich Zeol. You know I travel a lot, right? I'm in New York, I'm on the road, I'm in Pittsburgh, covering the election. Well, you know I gotta have a VPN so I can secure my Wi-Fi connection wherever I am. That's why I use VPN from DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro. Privacy Pro is great. It includes the DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. 3 features for the price of 1. Listen, when you are on the road, or even when you're home, you gotta have your Wi-Fi connection secure. And with DuckDuckGo VPN, it's secured anytime, anywhere, at home, at work, abroad, coffee shop, hotel, wherever you are. And nobody's tracking your data. It's great. It hides your location from sites you visit, and because your connection is encrypted, even your internet service provider can't see your traffic. Look, do it today. Go to duckduckgo.com/1210. Duckduckgo.com/1210. Get a week on us, and it's only $9.99 a month. Duckduckgo.com/1210.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Holy cow. What a day, what a day, what a time to be alive. 9:03, fourth and final hour, Thursday morning, November 7th, as we are rolling along on a day in which it feels like it's July 7th with how warm it is. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three here coming up in just a couple of minutes. Of course, morning mystery movie clip in about 15. What's on the cut sheet, part 2, some voicemails. Phil Almquist with the Today in Music History and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But what's on tap for the next couple of minutes is your phone calls at 855-839-1210. A man of integrity, and he is called on his own volition.
Thank you.
Jimmy Matthews in Bluebell, and apparently I think he wants to set up the logistics to pay off his bet. Jimmy, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Nick. How are you?
We're doing well. How are you?
Doing good.
All right. So what are you thinking now? I have some general knowledge of the bet that you made and going to the art museum steps, but let's workshop this out. What's your vision?
Hang on, before we do this, I think our buddy Chris Eppolito tweeted us and actually gave the specifics of the bet.
Oh, I did see that earlier on Twitter.
Jimmy, do you know the specifics of the bet? Well, you made it, so. What are the specifics of the bet?
I said that if Kamala lost and got her laugh, I have her laugh in my head going up those steps. It's going to be me running in my boxer shorts with a MAGA hat on.
Wow.
I'm in. Sold.
That's funny.
Sold. And not that I'll take any joy in seeing you in just underwear, but I will enjoy seeing you in the MAGA hat paying off the bet. But
yes, this is from Chris Eppolito. Thank you, buddy. He said, I will stand at the steps of the art museum in my boxers and a sign that says, I voted for Kamala if Trump wins.
Okay.
That's funny.
Wow.
That's a good sport.
All
I'm
right,
in. Let's do it.
So how are we going to, well, first of all, I don't know the legality of this because technically you'd be, I
work out. I'm ready to do it.
No.
I'm not going to have a heart attack.
I know you're not. I'm just.
Can he go on those steps and issue I guess that would be a political message. Is that allowed?
No. Yeah, no.
First Amendment.
It's not that. It's the boxer
Underwear?
short part.
Well, you're going to wear.
I'll make sure that I'm wearing something under the boxers. There's going to be no exposure. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
Wear your yoga shorts.
Or a cup and a jock strap, or just make sure that button's closed up in the middle. Yeah.
So we should. Well, we need to get down there and film it, right? And you're going to do this live on air?
Sure.
Now, do we have to, you talk about legalities, and I'm glad we're hashing this out live on the radio. This is fascinating broadcasting. So do we need to get approval from Odyssey because God forbid he slips and bangs his head doing a stunt for us?
Well, that's my...
We'll do it on a drop. Well, hopefully the weather will be nice.
Yeah. I actually hope that day it's 36 degrees out, personally.
Or do we do this on a day that it's 36 degrees and raining? Jimmy, you and I go back a long way. You know I love you. So, I commend you for doing this, buddy.
Yes, man of integrity.
Yeah, this is amazing.
I love it.
Let me, by the way, did you make this bet on the morning show or did you do it on Zioli? Because I know you were on with Zioli yesterday.
I did it on the morning show, but Zioli wanted to follow up on it as well.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll figure a date. Does morning or afternoon work better for you?
Anytime's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We'll workshop this.
Yeah.
I have to find out the legality of it. I'm sure we can do this.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a reason we knowing the lawyers, I'm sure there's a reason we can't do
We'll
this,
find a way not to do it. Yeah. But our people will get back to your people.
That sounds great. Hey, back to SNL. There's 285 seats in that spot.
Is it really?
Only 300,000 people have ever seen the show live.
Is that
roughly.
right? Do you know what the waiting list looks like these days? Is it still a backlog?
Well, since I was 13, I wrote every August to try to get tickets, and then I started emailing. And after a while, I said, you know what? I called my Uncle Chris, and I said, you're MSNBC guy. I said, I've always wanted to go.
Look it up.
And he was able to get me 2 tickets, and I went. And it was the most incredible experience.
Interesting. Now, what year did you go to that? Because I'm trying to think of the cast at that point.
That was it was David Spade and
the glory days.
It was David Spade and Jack Johnson was the musical guest.
Nice.
Okay.
By the way, JK13 on the YouTube chat says they have a naked bike ride in Philly. I understand the legality. I'm not worried about.
Listen, I said
I'm worried about it from an
Odyssey.
I meant from an Odyssey perspective. Like we work for this company that has lawyers, and I just have to make sure that we're not.
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore.
I have to make sure that we're doing everything by the book, or I'll get in trouble. Although I do think that this is going to be amazing radio.
It will be.
So
you know what? Let's Jimmy, keep listening, because I want to go to the next caller, and it's going to be in regard to you.
You can put.
Or can we merge them?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's merge them. We have our buddy Chris Forsyth from South Philadelphia, who I believe I met for the first time at the Lodge in West Berlin a few weeks ago, and he's a big video guy, and he's got a offer on the table. Chris, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Americans. It's a great day. Another second day. Great day for America.
Chris, I know. Just watch your language, buddy. I know you're.
So, Chris, what is your offer for Jimmy, and how you want to be involved in this?
I will film this entire thing.
Wow.
Nice.
We'll do a whole documentary if you want.
This is amazing.
Jimmy, do you consent to that, Jimmy?
Yeah, do you want to sign the waiver?
Fine.
Okay.
Sure, I'm good. I'll sign any waivers.
Yeah, just tell me the date and time. I'm a couple train stops away, so.
Well, you guys
I'll leave it up to Greg to pick the date and time.
You guys are on the YouTube chat every day, so just give me a little time to figure out the legality of this from a corporate standpoint, and I will we'll get back to you. But we're definitely going to do this.
Oh, this would be amazing.
I do want to incorporate one thing.
Yes, sir.
Is there a 1210 flag?
A flag?
I don't believe so.
We have a there's a Zeoli Army flag, I think. I don't know if we have an actual.
Well, one of those things has to be made, because he's got to run up with that too.
No, it should be a Trump flag.
Well,
he would definitely do. He would do both.
Hang on. Chris is actually on to something. I'm thinking branding, my love. We talk about branding, the brand manager. Yes, he's right. He needs a 1210 WPHT something up there.
Now, what about
Why don't we make him boxers that on the butt it says WPHT?
Oh my God.
Hey, bumper stick. Give a tramp stamp bumper stick.
Yeah.
Tramp stamp bumper stick.
Free speech lives here, right across your ass. How about that?
Oh my goodness.
That'd be beautiful. What about the idea?
I'm not oranging my skin. I'm not wearing any yellow hair.
Jimmy, you're such a good sport.
Now, I don't know about forget legality, but the possibility of this, and obviously it would be weather pending. What if we did the show?
Totally. They don't give a damn what you do.
What if we did the show live from the art museum or the steps there, and then we just stepped aside and like we do for the cut sheet, and we did this in segment on the show?
Let's go.
All right. Let's. This is all. By the way, we are on the air here at 9:11 in the morning.
Yes.
We're workshopping this. On live on the air. That's the beauty of live and local radio.
That is correct.
Hey, I'm gunning for this job, man.
I can see that. Phil Almquist, he wants your job, buddy.
Yeah, Chris is going to replace Phil, and then Kamala is going to come on and rebrand the show to Kamala and Company.
By the way, Chris, when he showed up at the FOP Lodge 56 there in West Berlin, New Jersey, he had all of his Star Wars patches on his thing.
I saw that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, should we put these guys on hold, or we'll just get back to them?
No. They're on the chat every day. We know how to reach them. So, by the way, both of you, my email address is greg.stocker@odyssey.com. So just shoot me an email if I don't, but we'll work on getting this done.
There you go. All right, we got both of them, and
Thanks, guys.
They are out of here. Nice work, guys. Good teamwork. Good sports.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to think of how we do this, but.
Yes.
Well, you got a couple of more hours after 10 o'clock where you go back to your cubicle and
a couple hours
fart around back there.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing. Yeah. That's all I'm doing, farting around back there. Not all of us have your life, Kayal.
Yeah. But no.
You think all this magic just makes itself?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Magic.
I would like to see the 1210 logo. Get a branding iron out.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely will. We'll make this happen.
Yeah, let's do it. I think it'd be fun. All right, 9:13. Let's find out what's going on in the world of news, perhaps some other stories that we haven't hit on today. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:13.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Malvern Retreat House this morning. So will a recount get triggered here in Pennsylvania? That's one of the questions, as they're saying that the Senate race between Dave McCormick, who's challenging incumbent Democrat Bob Casey Jr. in the race for the United States Senate. So they're still saying it's too close to call. Casey's still leading by about 31,000 votes. And so the question is if it's within that 5%, 0.5% or less, that would automatically trigger that recount. So will this trigger? I don't see it as of yet, but we're watching this very carefully.
You said Casey leading. It's McCormick.
Oh, did I say Casey?
McCormick.
I apologize.
31,000, correct.
Dave McCormick.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thanks for that. Dave McCormick is leading by about 31,000 votes.
I thought there
me.
might have been a flip all of a sudden.
Oh, see, I was just trying to see if you guys were paying attention.
No,
Made
I'm
your
listening.
heart skip a beat there.
You did. I'm like, that's a 62,000 vote swing all of a sudden. Where did that happen?
Yeah, so in this one, you may recall that even the Cook Report, it's allegedly the Bible of all things election. All of their analysts, all the King's men, everybody said that Bob Casey would eke this out. Mm-hmm. And as of this moment, Dave McCormick has got this.
Yeah.
So remember that on election night, we had talked about Cambria County, that there were issues there. Remember that they extended the voting until 10 o'clock at night and people were standing in line. So that's what's going on here as they continue the vote count. Now, the Casey camp has come out and they have said, we're confident that as these votes come in, that we will win this. But I'm not seeing that.
Right. Where are you going to find 31? I mean, we're not talking nationally.
Right.
We're talking, at a state level. Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, they're reporting that it's a slim lead, but like I say, it's about 31,000 votes. And so I guess at the margin level that it is right now, it would not trigger it because it's too big of a lead for McCormick.
Yeah, this is, I've got to admit, this is a bigger surprise, in my opinion, than what Trump has done to Kamala. If you would have told me more likely McCormick beats Casey or Trump trounces Harris, I would have taken Trump trouncing Harris. This is a surprise, in my opinion. I did not see this coming. I thought Ryan up in McKenzie, yeah. Mm-hmm. I thought McKenzie could beat Susan Wild because I know how unliked she is. Mm-hmm. But I really did think that the Casey name might be what carries the day for him, and that doesn't appear to be the case.
Yeah, and if you think about what we talked about earlier, and we really parsed through all of those numbers and the stats. So you have all of these, we have a growing Hispanic population here in Pennsylvania. And so I think it goes along with the fact that they looked at somebody who's not just a military veteran, but somebody who was CEO of a major financial company and promised to promise those jobs. And I think it goes back to the jobs.
Yeah.
Not just economy and being an economic expert, but the job creation aspect of it.
You're right. And really, you can stick anything financially under that umbrella. Jobs, the economy, inflation, gas, groceries, energy. I mean, people, they can sit there and tell us all they want about the stock market and, the profits of these companies. But if you're not feeling it on an individual level, you don't believe the economy's good. And if it's not good for you, then it's not good, period. And then you vote accordingly.
Yeah, so speaking of financial and job news, the Federal Reserve set to cut interest rates again. And this, as they're saying, post-election uncertainty grows. I thought I would just give you, that's one of the headlines.
Yeah, I saw a couple of what you would say, a couple of the biggity bigs yesterday saying, get ready for the housing market to start getting really good again for people in the buying market within the next 9 months.
Well, which is awesome.
Which would be amazing.
So Federal Reserve officials, I should say, they're poised and fully expected to reduce their key interest rate. This is for a second straight time. And this was expected. We've been looking forward to this, and we've been reporting on this. So they're saying it's a slowdown of the inflation pressures that obviously exasperated a lot of Americans. And so when you look at this move, we're just watching for it. But it looks like it'll be a full percentage point. That's what they're saying. Last time around, it was a half a point. So we'll look at this. The average U.S. 30-year mortgage rate, and this is what you were talking about, Nick, fell over the summer as the Fed signaled that they would be cutting rates. So in this one, broader interest rates have risen because investors say they're anticipating higher inflation, larger federal budget deficits, faster economic growth. So a lot of people, I'm hearing, I heard Bloomberg this morning and they were saying, oh, the Trump tariffs are going to be terrible on the economy and all of that. This is, they're literally talking about a campaign rhetoric. Mm-hmm. And attributing that then to, they have no tangible evidence. They have no tangible numbers to back that up.
That's going to be
point out the headlines.
Those will be the two fear porn points of the first quarter to the first half of 2025. They're going to give you the doom and gloom of tariffs, and they're going to give you the doom and gloom if you're here illegally, how inhumane it will be if Trump does in fact begin the largest mass deportation efforts in American history. They're going to be all over those two.
Yeah. Well, when he becomes king and dictator on the first day, he's going to raise those, those interest rates,
that's
my
right.
friends.
Just for one day, though.
And those tariffs.
That's right.
Yeah, just for
one day.
1 day tariffs. So we have a lot of news this morning as we talk about that. We are expecting an update any minute from the School District of Philadelphia district saying that they're closely monitoring all the staffing levels. And this has to do with what happens if and when the SEPTA and Transport Workers Union, Local 234, when their contract expires 11:59 this evening. Think about the biggest customer of SEPTA, 55,000 students who rely on city bus and metro services.
Really pisses me off.
Yep, because our kids don't have school buses, not yellow school buses, not electric school buses.
I love electric school buses.
Mm-hmm.
Our kids, our Philadelphia school children, we don't have school buses.
Yeah,
we don't have that
my
service.
daughter's bus is so bad they made the new bus driver quit in 2 weeks.
Oh, what happened?
That she just couldn't handle the kids. K through 5.
Yeah, kids are a pain in the ass. By
Yeah,
the way.
they really are.
I wouldn't want to be a bus driver.
I mean, my wife has this tracker on the girls' phones, so she can see them, GPS geographically moving when the bus leaves the school, when they're on.
Are you effing kidding me?
She does.
Bro, we need to stop.
I know. I agree.
We need to stop.
I agree.
I'm not.
Why don't you mind
get
your
on the
own
line?
business?
Get on the line,
both
Kristen.
of you. No.
Yeah.
No, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
Did we have any of this when we were growing up? And
No.
we somehow made it home from school
Yep.
without a pedophile raping us?
And by the way, our school, I mean, it's a 7-block. I mean, they're home. I mean, I could drive my truck from the school to my house in 5 minutes. The bus, I think, makes 3 or 4 stops, and apparently this bus driver just had to keep pulling over and shouting at the kids.
Damn it! How do you expect me to take?
This is not about your wife, Nick. I do not know
No,
her.
make it about her. It's always about her.
I'm sure she's a lovely woman. It's this. The phones.
Yeah.
We need to know exactly when they get off the bus. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
She's a good mom.
My daughters are the bus safety monitors. They wear one of those yellow vests, and she's always got to stop. And
I'm done with you.
she's all ticked off.
I'm gonna start kicking some serious ass.
So now they got a new bus driver.
Don't
They have a new
complain
bus
to me.
driver.
Don't complain to me when your kids need a mental health day because of an election, because we're the ones who raise these snowflakes.
Yeah.
Who can't, I need to make sure that she gets on the bus properly or he gets on the bus properly.
Yeah.
My foot's gonna be so far up your it's gonna dangle out your damn nose.
Poor lady. I wonder who she voted for in Ohio.
That poor lady.
I miss that lady.
God bless her.
What a legend.
She voted for Trump. She's one of the people looking for a job.
Yeah, exactly.
Full-time employment,
right.
baby.
Done with this
Stop tracking your kids.
Yeah, I agree. Delete the app, Kristen.
Let them get into trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, it's good for
Let
them.
him skin a knee.
Yeah.
Brush an
My
elbow.
Lord.
Have a
My
runny
Lord.
nose.
Have them walk to school.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, I used to walk to Easton Middle School.
By the way, I'm not making this about your children. I'm making this about
all children.
Yes.
Yeah.
When we were kids, my brother, some districts allow kids in high school as long as they're 18 to be a school bus driver.
Yeah.
So that's what he did. It was actually great money.
Yeah.
So he collected a bunch of like spiders, all different spiders, wolf spiders, whatever, and he put them in a big glass jar.
Yeah.
So first day, he holds up the jar. He says, "Hey kids, see this big jar? If you guys are unruly, I'm going to unscrew the lid and I'm going to slide the jar right down the bus." Those kids were good for him all year, never said a peep.
There you go.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's my brother.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's
And
Big
also,
John.
and also these 4th and 5th grade girls that think they're going to junior high school and they're wearing perfume every day to school. I mean,
I'm allergic to this
it's just enough. Yeah, I got to send the Odyssey email out. No sense in the workplace.
By the way, when they boot me out of here, which is increasingly likely soon.
Oh no!
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be a bus driver because I'm
would make an incredible bus
any kid who has a phone on there, I'm gonna take it and throw it out the freaking window. They let your parents track it here.
Can you imagine Greg pulling up at the corner of 9th and Jackson?
Where are you? Hello.
And he closes the door back up.
I'd be like Otto from The Simpsons.
Yes. You know what, our great bus drivers, we do appreciate you, SEPTA bus drivers, school bus drivers. You know what they need? A retreat.
Yes.
Malvern Retreat
Yeah,
House.
they do.
Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house located right there in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House hosting men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and much more. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com. Thank you, Malvern Retreat House, for sponsoring Kayal and Company Big 3.
I just have this vision of Stalker looking up in the mirror as the bus drivers look to look back at the kid in the back that's causing an issue. Greg's got to slam the brakes.
Stop it! Just stop it! That's gonna be my next gig.
It'd be like David Spade in Grown Ups.
I'm telling you. No, I'd be like Chris Farley and Billy Madison. I'm gonna turn this bus around.
We always thought our bus driver was a woman. We always thought she was high.
Oh,
and
really?
maybe that's what they need, some little gummy.
She probably was. She probably was. I mean, like, it's not, I'm sure there's some fine bus drivers out there, but
yeah.
I remember just torturing my bus driver. He was an older man. God bless him. I feel like, he's long since gone, but
yeah.
I feel terrible.
Yeah, you probably accelerated his clock.
Such a pain in the ass. I really was.
All right, speaking of movies,
Yeah.
9:25. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip, shall we?
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Billions, Donald Trump lotto. Look at this. These are $1,000 bills. What I'm holding in my hand, I could put all 3 of my kids to college. Why don't you take it? Drug money. So what? Do something good with it. Rudd's not gonna need it, know where he's going. Freaking.
Such a great movie.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, today a digital download copy of the Reagan movie, From Small Town Beginnings to Hollywood and the World Stage. Reagan is a story of overcoming the odds, starring Dennis Quaid. Reagan available now anywhere you watch movies and available on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital download starting November 19th. But it's yours today, right now. If you can identify that clip, call or 855-839-1210. Our winner, the cut sheet part due, voicemails, Phil Almquist, Dawn Stenzlin, everything that we normally do down the stretch. It's all still on the way. But first, the Honda Prologue. It's not on the way. It's already available, and you can take advantage of that right now, too. I mean, you can get the Reagan movie and a brand new Honda Prologue. It is Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free. 3 charging options to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. So you've got the SUV, you've got the charging kit. You're taking the kids to fall softball or football practice. I mean, we're always busy, right? Life is non-stop. Maybe you're like Dawn. You're on the go all day. Honda Prologue, growing family, portable charging kit, all at Piazza Honda. Check them out today in one of their many locations, Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details. Or you can shop online anytime at piazzahonda.com and tell them that Nick Kayal sent you.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater Saturday, November 16th, and Newman Goretti High School in South Philly Saturday, November 23rd.
I loved it. I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but I'll tell you, I'm glad I came. Best ever.
He reinvented himself. It was really good, man.
The music, the singing, everything.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Media Theater November 16th, and Newman Goretti in South Philly November 23rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life can get hectic. Wouldn't you love to retreat from the noise? Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house, located on a stunning campus in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information and schedules, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch,
Watch Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Daddy Ocean. 9:33, Kayal and Company. Just about an hour and a half until Joe Biden gives his presidential address to the nation, scheduled for 11 a.m. Eastern, but as Dawn said earlier, that could be 12:15 for all we know.
Unless he's going to do it on The View. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be great. Oh, they would be eulogizing him, shedding a tear. They'd all be dressed in black like Mika was on MSNBC yesterday morning. The Loss, 9 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Budget Blinds. The holidays are coming, and Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. Free in-home consultation, no questions asked, warranty. It's the best in the business. Schedule that holiday consultation today and ask about their special radio offer. Cut sheet part due coming up in just a moment, but we've got our buddy Jesus in North Philadelphia. He's ready to win the Ronald Reagan movie, and he knows the movie we played. Jesus, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Good morning, mi gente. That movie was Lethal Weapon 2.
That's right. Part 2 of Lethal Weapon. Jesus, congratulations. You've got the digital download and a copy of Reagan the movie.
Jesus!
Sweet.
Thank you, brother.
That's me. Much appreciated.
You got
Look
it, brother.
forward to seeing that movie.
All right. Take care, man. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
There he is, Jesus, one of our great listeners and participators. He's scooped up a couple of prizes over the last 2 years. He knows his movies. Scoop it up. Scoop it up. All right, let's see what's still floating around out there in the audio-video sphere. It's what we like to call What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Somebody pointed this out. I think it was somebody on the YouTube chat, so thank you guys for always giving me little tips, sending me suggestions. But, or maybe it was one of you that brought this up, I don't know. So, Kamala Harris almost word for word delivered Hillary Clinton's 2016 concession speech.
No.
And they have the back and forth to prove this.
Oh, my God. So even in defeat, she plagiarizes. What a loser. Oh, my God.
All right, let's see the video evidence. Should we go to the tape?
Yes.
Dawn
please.
Stedman, Nick Kayal?
Yes, sir.
As Tony Bruno once said, let's go to the tape.
All right, cut 16, go, buddy.
This election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for,
not what we voted for.
This is not the outcome we wanted or we worked so hard for.
Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition.
Last night, I congratulated Donald Trump and offered to work with him on behalf of our country.
Over the 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background.
We've spent a year and a half bringing together millions of people from every corner of our country to say with one voice that we believe that the American dream is big enough for everyone.
To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed, but please know it's going to be okay.
To the young people in particular, I hope you will hear this.
On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing.
When we plagiarize, we
sometimes
lose.
the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win.
Yeah.
This loss hurts, but please never stop believing that fighting for what's right is worth it.
Wow.
As Greg Stocker might would say in the past, I'm going to miss those two broads. I'm just kidding. I've got to imagine that the handlers and the staffers probably, and I'm not even joking and taking a shot here, they probably sat her down and said, hey, here's the tape of the Clinton concession. This will give you a kind of a hint of how you do it, and feel free to tweak what you don't like or add. Now, Hillary did not say community; she used a different C word in that last clip towards the end. Yeah, but I forget what it was. It was whatever the word was, but it wasn't community, because Kamala loves to talk about the community and how community banks are in the community, and the children of the community are all part of the community, and all those word salads that go around in circles. It's just you cannot try to create a candidate artificially, right? And we've talked, and just to give you a little thing on artificial intelligence, and I know there's a lot of industries that are going automated, but this is really where you see the value of human beings. She was a social media, big tech, Hollywood creation. They tried to tell you that she was what I think in some ways authentically Michelle Obama might be amongst Democrat constituents, or what Oprah is. They have been especially Oprah. Oprah is super, super successful. Michelle, obviously she's popular, but it's, she's the husband of Barack. Kamala Harris is just neither one of them. And I really think they thought that a minority female would be the way to victory at the last second because Joe crashed and burned. But it's proof that she's not anywhere close to Oprah or Michelle. Not even the same stratosphere. You can't fake your way to victory.
AOC weighed in.
Is she still holding her boyfriend hostage? I don't know. As they shoot TikToks on the bed.
Was his name Riley?
Riley.
I'm going to spank you.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Bartender style.
Maybe he likes that.
Yeah, hey. A lot of people in this audience that don't like AOC politically, but they wouldn't mind being spanked by AOC. I'm just speaking the truth. You know who you are out there. Don't lie.
Yeah.
Raise your hand.
Doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, well, now you know.
To each his own, though,
Each his own, right?
All right, go play AOC.
We are about to enter a political period that will have consequences for the rest of our lives.
The seventh cycle of hell.
We cannot give up.
Right.
We now find ourselves in a time in history that has precedent.
Super
and
small
we find
fridge back
ourselves,
there.
Yeah.
I believe in a
Super
time
small what?
Fridge.
Look how small the fridge is.
where there are, let's say, peers in history of mass movements of people that mobilize to protect one another.
I will say this
in
here.
times of fascism.
Pause it for 1 second, because Nick, you brought up a good point.
Yeah.
She, to her credit, I don't think she hasn't been there long enough yet to be corrupted by the millions and millions of dollars that that the rest of those scumbags make for insider trading and everything like that. Alleged, it's all alleged. So with her $179,000 salary or whatever it is, that don't buy too much in D.C. or the outskirts of New York, wherever she is.
Yeah, so even AOC's feeling the grocery pinch, huh?
Maybe she voted for Trump.
Yeah.
All right, keep going.
Authoritarianism. And this is the era that we are poised to enter.
Era.
Donald Trump has talked about turning the military on U.S. citizens that he deems his domestic political enemies.
He's coming for you.
Authoritarians and people that he affiliates closely with and strongmen abroad in regimes like that, it is not uncommon to jail political dissidents or legislative.
Lost a lot of sleep.
Luckily, I'm so perfect.
Greg, look at your own
YouTube. Very realistically, maybe entering.
Yeah. Well, AOC, you have 4 years to figure it out. Maybe stop shouting. Maybe stop jumping around like you're a contestant on The Price is Right and becoming a caricature of yourself. I got to say, though, this is maybe the greatest headline, and this has to do, obviously, with Trump winning. Axios has a story. I'm going to read it later. Might incorporate it into the show or the big take tomorrow. Donald J. Trump has vanquished the Bushes, the Clintons, the Bidens, the Obamas, and the entire establishment of both parties. What a headline. I never thought I would see that from Axios of all places. So, yeah, AOC, I would be scared. I think he is going to come for you. I think he's going to cancel network television. I think all the talk shows are going to get yanked.
It's canceling itself. Look at those ratings.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about them coming for their license. They're doing it themselves. It's true, right?
We talked about all the dangerous stuff that led to the assassination attempts, but maybe we could also just stop the silliness. Like, Donald Trump's going to pull the plug on MSNBC. Like, I think eventually Americans wake up and they're like, did they really just say that? And they expect us, the voters, to believe that? I think that whole act has worn itself thin.
I mean, we saw from the last election, MSNBC has absolutely no sway. None.
Yeah.
None.
And they love the fact that he got elected behind closed doors.
Yeah.
The bosses are like, well, we just got our content for the next 4 years.
We have more sway here.
Damn right.
Radio station of the people.
Yep. All right, that'll do it for Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll come back, maybe time for a voicemail or two. If not, we'll go right to Phil Almquist for Today in Music History and what Dawn Stenzel has lined up for the top of the hour. It's Kayal and Company putting a bow on a Thursday show. Coming up next.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built quite a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, and storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Get this on the calendar. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, the voice of the people.
What a day to celebrate. I don't know how you guys feel, but I feel like I have a New Year's morning hangover I haven't had since college.
What you guys have done over there in this election is unbelievable. Having Pressler on all the time, having Laura Trump on, having Linda Kearns on. That stuff goes a long way.
From South Jersey to Delco, from Bucks to Montco, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. We are the voice of the people. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather can be unpredictable nowadays, but your local news station on the free Odyssey app has got you covered. Whether you need an umbrella, windbreaker, or an extra layer, or two, we'll let you know. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station to listen on your smartphone or ask your smart speaker to play it before you head out the door. Download the free Odyssey app and search for your local news station. That's AUDACY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi-8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. Do you know the other day somebody posted a picture of my old house on the internet? It scared me and my family, but luckily it was my old house. See, I signed up for Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo, and this is essential because as part of it, it's personal information removal. I'm so glad I signed up. Personal information removal helps find and remove your personal information like name, email, and yes, your home address from data broker sites or people search sites that store and sell it. And that helps to combat identity theft and spam. Plus, you want the privacy in this day and age, don't you? Of course you do. So just go to duckduckgo.com/1210 right now and sign up for a week on us, a 7-day free trial, and then it's only $9.99 a month. And it includes a VPN, which you need when you're online no matter where you are, and also identity theft restoration. It is the 3-in-1 Privacy Pro solution you absolutely need, and that's why I signed up for it. DuckDuckGo.com/1210, DuckDuckGo.com/1210.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried Shopping Jewelry Television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
All right, 9:52, Thursday morning as we wind it down. The Dawn Show coming up at the top of the hour. We'll find out what she has in store in just a few moments. But right now, Phil Almquist in the studio. He's ready to let it rip.
Especially with Maiden now playing.
Right, I was going to let this play a little bit longer, but I see the clock and we got to get moving. Let's get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, November 7th, we celebrate the birthdays of Tommy Thayer, who joined Kiss in 2002, who's now 64, and Joni Mitchell, who's now 81.
Wow.
We also lost Leonard Cohen on this day in 2016, as well as Bones Hillman from Midnight Oil on this day in 2020. Sings include Whole Lotta Love by Led Zeppelin in 69, The Clairvoyant by Iron Maiden in 88, and You Don't Know How I Feel by Tom Petty in 94. Albums include Diary of a Madman by Ozzy in 81, Boys in Heat by Britney Fox in 89, 90125 by Yes in 83, Green by R.E.M. in 88, and But Seriously by Phil Collins also in 89. In 91, Izzy Stradlin quit Guns N' Roses. In 81, Private Eyes by Hall & Oates, which topped the singles chart. In 2009, Linda Ronstadt made her last concert appearance. In 67, Pink Floyd made their first U.S. TV appearance. In 86, Willie Nelson guest stars on Miami Vice. And in 2015, Donald Trump hosts SNL.
Wow, really?
But lastly, on this day in 2020, the Doobie Brothers, Nine Inch Nails, Whitney Houston, the Notorious B.I.G., and T-Rex all enter the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. For Kayal Company, Thursday edition. I'm Phil Almquist.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. And I'm sure NBC will extend the invite for Trump to host SNL for the season premiere next year.
I'm totally sure.
No doubt about it. Lock of the century. Dawn Stensland, this is a lock. She's coming up in exactly 6 minutes. What do we have lined up?
A couple of things. So number one, you will hear from Ryan McKenzie,
Cool.
who's very busy these days and in demand as he's becoming famous. As he's maybe he'll become a household name. Get it? He's in the House. He was in our Pennsylvania House and now elevated to Congress. So we'll hear from him. Let him take a victory lap. He's been on my show a bunch of times.
Beautiful.
So we're excited about that. I asked Kathy Barnett to come on. Yes, she's coming on. She just texted me. So Kathy Barnett, we'll do our look at the future, what she sees, talk about the headlines and her reaction post-election, get Kathy's take and her thoughts on that. I want to begin with a couple of, news headlines this morning as far as the Trump administration, the Trump transition, and a hot mic moment caught at Fox News that you want to hear, and also a new Trump family photo. Who's in the family photo and who is not in the family photo? Did they adopt a new son in the Trump?
You have to stay tuned for this. This is such a great story. Do you guys have the picture?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you should definitely put it up on YouTube. It's hysterical.
You got to see this.
It's so funny.
All right. Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. That'll do it for us. Stay tuned. Dawn is next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. And as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
It's Nick Kayal here. Recently just test drove the new Honda Prologue, Honda's first all-electric SUV. With a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time, you can cruise the roads worry-free. It has 3 charging options to choose, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. Lease the Prologue today for as low as $279 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne for details, or shop online at piazzahonda.com.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am